Chapter 2342. Let me think about it. 8 months had passed since Shaochen entered Heavenly Divine Mountain's Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation. Based on the ratio of time in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation, Shaochen had been in there for 8 years. During these 8 years, the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk and the various divine sources in Heavenly Divine Mountain had not moved at all. Such a strange situation made the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon feel somewhat anxious and uncertain. Some of the outstanding talents that the other super-factions placed their bets on had already appeared and stirred up a storm in the Great Thousand Realms, attracting attention. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming suddenly came out of closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. Now, he was a horrifying nine-vein sovereign emperor. The more horrifying thing was that he had completely unlocked the potential of the Golden Dragon's bloodline. His every movement gave people the feeling that he was an ancient golden dragon that had come back to life. The many older generation nine-vein sovereign emperors in Bushin Palace trembled before him. However, Shaochen still showed no signs of movement. No one knew what was happening inside. Zifeng, we can't wait anymore. Hua Tianyang, the old alliance chief, said hoarsely, his face covered in wrinkles, looking extremely old. The other doyens did not say anything. However, the expressions in their eyes as they looked at Mu Zifeng went without saying. They could not afford to wait. Or rather, the Heavenly Alliance could not afford to lose. As the epic changed, as long as they lost the bet, it would not just be 1 or 2 people who died. The thousands of clans and factions that relied on the Heavenly Alliance would either be destroyed or enslaved in the new epic. As faux god experts, they definitely did not want their descendants to be unable to maintain their current status in the new epic. They might even be enslaved by other factions. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, I understand. Get someone to send Jianghu over. Understood. In less than 15 minutes, the faux god experts brought Jianghu to the summit of Heavenly Divine Mountain. Back then, after absorbing the ethereal Immortal Palace, Jianghu had fallen into a deep sleep. Then Shaochen saved him. Jianghu had already woken up 3 months ago. Now, he had already stabilized the fortuitous encounter in the ethereal Immortal Palace. His entire body gave off an ethereal air. This was especially so for his eyes, which were as bright as stars and gems. When looked carefully, they were as deep and vast as the boundless starry heavens, giving off an ethereal and clear feeling. The ethereal Immortal Palace's aura was perfectly compatible with the Heaven Dragon mysteries. Now, Shaochen already possessed a true Heavenly Dragon bloodline. It had to be said that the previous Heavenly Dragon owed Jianghu a lot. However, he had done everything a father could to show the utmost fatherly love. The Heavenly Alliance doyens, including Mu Zifeng and Sueren Ji, all carefully sized up Jianghu, nodding to themselves. Shaochen was very satisfied with Jianghu. Since something unexpected happened to Shaochen, Jianghu was a good backup. Seniors, what do you want to discuss with me? Jianghu quickly asked, feeling weird being sized up by a group of people. Zhao's Dao Emperor Alliance Chief Shin God, Alliance wants to ask him, King Qin is, you want me to replace Qin? You want Qin? You want me substitute? You want a divine emperor, you want me you want me replacing me instead. Shao King Qin heaven on one you heaven on one on demon you sue you all. The Heavenly Alliance has already staked everything on this and cannot afford to fail. You also want to become a dragon emperor, right? With our support, you will definitely be able to become a dragon emperor after you absorb the spiritual milk and divine source in the Nine Heaven Source Gathering Formation. Mu Zifeng knew that Jianghu had a deep relationship with Shaochen, so he made his relationship clear. Several thoughts flashed through Jianghu's mind, but he soon calmed down and mused to himself, Chieftain Mu, I suggest we wait. Perhaps Shaochen is at the critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and if we rashly open the seal, it will instead cause him to fall short of success. But we can't wait any longer. That's right. Once the Nine Heaven Source Convergence Array is activated, it can only be maintained for a year. It's already been 8 months. Shaochen has been in there for 8 years. No matter what he is doing, he should have finished it by now. Little brother Jianghu, just say yes. When the Heavenly Alliance doyen saw Jianghu hesitate, they immediately felt somewhat anxious. They couldn't be blamed for not being anxious. After all, they had given Xiaochen a lot of time. If it wasn't at the very last moment, they wouldn't resort to such a method. Rumble. Just as Jianghu was about to speak, the entire heavenly divine mountains suddenly shook intensely. The world spun around as if time and space twisted. At the summit of the mountain, Mu Zifeng and the others in the residence shook, unable to stand stably. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, showing doubt in their eyes. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared in the roof of the residence, and rubble fell continuously. The palace that stood on the peak of the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Let's go. Mu Zifeng made a prompt decision, quickly leaving with Jianghu and the other doyens. Just as the group left the residence and landed at the foot of Heavenly Divine Mountain, the Heavenly Divine Mountain shining with spiritual light behind them suddenly lost all its spiritual energy. All of a sudden, there was no more spiritual chi, and it turned into a pile of withered rocks. Then it collapsed. The 10,000-foot God Mountain disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Hua Tianyang and the other doyens were startled, their expressions changing dramatically. They all wondered if something had happened to the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Array. It's over. It's all gone. Swearenji shook his head and sighed softly. The 100,000-odd years of the Heavenly Alliance's accumulations suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Jianghu entered deep thought as if he thought of something. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures quickly flew over from a distance. The Heavenly Alliance's cultivators had rushed over after hearing the news. Heavenly Divine Mountain was the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone's every move was watched by the light. What more when it collapsed? They could not hide it even if they wanted to. This might even trigger a chain reaction. Bang! Just at this moment, the rubble exploded, and a figure drifted out. Xiaochen. Jianghu's sharp eyes immediately recognized the person who flew out of the Heavenly Divine Mountain's rubble. This person was none other than Xiaochen. This is somewhat strange. Swearenji stared at Xiaochen, who was slowly descending. He revealed an expression of doubt in his eyes, as he was shocked to discover that Xiaochen's aura had disappeared. He was shocked to discover that, despite being a faux god, he could not make out Xiaochen's cultivation. Xiaochen, who appeared before Swearenji, seemed ordinary, without anything special about him. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He signaled with his eyes, and a gray-clad nine-vein sovereign emperor doyen immediately soared into the air. He soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiaochen without saying a word. When Xiaochen punched, he activated his 9 divine veins at the same time. Vast divine energy and soul energy drove the power of the world and materialized the mysterious phenomenon of 10,000 stars falling and the sun and moon shattering. This punch seemed to shatter the boundless river of stars and the sun, moon, and stars at the same time. Good timing. Xiaochen smiled faintly. Then he raised his hand and flicked his finger. Whoosh! A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiaochen's fingertip. When the saber chi appeared, sun, moon, stars, universe, starry sky, endless divine essence. Before this seemingly ordinary strand of saber chi, they all lost their color and vanished. Pu Si. The saber chi pierced through the fist light of the 9-vein sovereign emperor doyen, sending him flying back while vomiting blood. 9-vein sovereign emperor. The instant Xiaochen attacked, Swearenji and the other doyens clearly saw Xiaochen's cultivation. A bona fide 9-vein sovereign emperor. They immediately rejoiced. It turned out that Xiaochen had absorbed all the resources in this heavenly divine mountain. Sorry for the offense earlier. After Xiaochen landed, he performed a cupped fist salute to the doyen who vomited blood. It's not really, the gray-clad doyen quickly waved his hand as he spoke. When Xiaochen attacked earlier, the gray-clad doyen seemed to see gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas sitting quietly behind him, submitting to a treasure saber. He had never seen or heard of such a scene before. The sky was filled with immortals, Buddhas, and countless gods and demons. Any one of them was an unprecedented powerhouse. Every one of them represented a grand epic. All of them had startling magic skills that could pluck the stars and moon. However, they all submitted to the light of a saber. Be it the ancient Buddhist nations with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Vajras, the supreme immortal courts with immortals, the 9 layers of the demonic abyss with ancient demonic sovereigns, or the boundless hell, they were no exception. Shaochen raised his hand and flicked his finger, and the immortals, Buddhas, and ancient gods and demons all submitted. Chapter 2343. Shaochen raised his hand and flicked his finger. The gray-clad 9-vein sovereign Emperor Doyan instantly lost, a clean defeat. Such a scene elicited wild joy from Mu Zifeng and Swearen Ji's shock. Although this gray-clad Doyan was not particularly strong among the 9-vein sovereign emperors, he was still a bona fide 9-vein sovereign emperor. However, Shaochen was a bona fide 9-vein sovereign emperor who had accumulated his divine energy for many years. However, he still got defeated in one move. Shaochen, how did you do it? Mu Zifeng and the other Doyans asked out of curiosity. Shaochen smiled faintly and replied, I just figured out some problems, understood my Tao, and found the path I want to take. For the past 8 years, Shaochen had been thinking hard about where his path should be. Immortal cultivation and martial dual cultivation, divine and demon as one, and a Buddhist heart. All these things were hard to separate. Compared to raising his cultivation and absorbing resources, Shaochen paid more attention to the Tao he wanted to take. How to control it, how to merge it, how to look at his heart, and how to make his thoughts clear. Shaochen was very clear that if he did not understand, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would not be able to jump out of his current shackles. If he could not break through the bottleneck of the martial epic, he would always have to live in the shadows of his predecessors, unable to be himself. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Shaochen finally understood. His Tao, his path, his original heart, everything came from the saber in his heart that had never been sealed. Shaochen was a bladesman. No matter how long it took, no matter how many immortals, demons, gods, or Buddhas passed, this would never change. After thinking it through, Shaochen suddenly saw the light. Then he used the saber to suppress the immortals, demons, gods, and Buddhas in his heart. Although it was called suppression, it was actually merging and absorbing them, mastering them, and taking the path to his heart. After comprehending the Tao, the world suddenly became clear. In one breath, Shaochen absorbed all the resources of heavenly divine mountain into the saber in his heart. What exactly is your cultivation now? Mu Zifeng was more concerned about this. Shaochen had revealed too little strength, so it was better to have an idea. Shaochen didn't say anything. After a while, he said softly, the level of cultivation isn't important. Once the epic collapses, all the rules will be broken, including the division of cultivation levels. At that time, who will truly be able to establish an epic will depend on one's understanding of the Tao, the world, and one's own heart. What do you mean? The moment Shaochen said that, Mu Zifeng and the other Doyans exchanged looks, not really understanding. It's fine. With my current strength, I should be able to fight anyone below the empty god realm. Seeing that the other party did not really understand what he was talking about, Shaochen sighed in his heart. He could only say something practical. When Mu Zifeng and the others heard this, they all laughed. This made it much easier to understand. According to Shaochen's humble character, he was at the highest level below the faux god realm. Get some rest. Jianghu is here anyway, and you could ask him about what happened in the outside world while you were in seclusion. We'll be on our way. After experiencing Shaochen's strength, Mu Zifeng and the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon left in satisfaction. He did not care about the collapse of the Heavenly God Mountain at all. Congratulations, Jianghu said with a smile as he strolled over. Many thanks. Shaochen sized up Jianghu with a few glances and sensed the other party's ethereal air, as well as the deep and distant eyes that looked like the boundless starry heavens. Shaochen's eyes lit up. After some thought, he asked, You became a heaven dragon? However, although I became a heaven dragon, my cultivation did not increase by much. I cannot compare to you. Jianghu smiled faintly, not showing much joy. Is that so? That might not be the case. When the martial epic is destroyed, the various rules of the martial epic might be destroyed along with it. At that time, we might no longer be able to judge a person's strength based on their cultivation. What do you mean? You were right about that earlier. That group of doyens said it too. Jianghu showed a confused expression. He felt that Xiaochen did not seem to be joking. Xiaochen thought for a while before explaining, "This is just my guess. When the martial epic is destroyed, the rules of the martial epic, like the division of cultivation realms, will be destroyed as well. At that time, before the new epic appears, how much strength one can bring out will depend on one's understanding of one's Tao, not just one's cultivation." Jianghu had never heard of such a theory before. When he suddenly heard it, he felt greatly startled. Xiaochen said softly, "Let's not talk about this for now. While I was in closed-door cultivation, did the Faux God War in the Jianghu dynasty come to an end?" Xiaochen had been in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation for about 8 years. 8 or 9 months should have passed in the outside world. Logically speaking, the results of the Faux God War in the Jianghu dynasty should have come to an end already. Jianghu nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to you about this. I'd like to hear the details." I'm not very sure about the process of the Faux God War. However, after that battle, the factions of the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic Tao Hall withdrew from the imperial capital Yen City. All the factions belonging to the Imperial Ancestral Temple in the palace have been cleared out. Now, Wang Yan has inherited the throne and is the new Yen Emperor. After a pause, Jianghu continued, "However, things are far from over. The Demonic Tao Hall and the Underworld God Hall have already launched a large-scale invasion of the Jianghu dynasty. Right now, the flames of war raged everywhere in the Jianghu dynasty. There was also a new Buddhist sect that appeared everywhere, bewitching the masses. They revered the ancient Kitagarbha Bodhisattva as the Buddha, gaining countless believers. It shows signs of overtaking the hidden spirit temple. Its development speed is incredible." Xiaochen thought to himself, "It looks like the shattering of the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body has something to do with Yuan Zhen. How is the hidden spirit temple now? It's very difficult. The shattering of the golden body of the Buddha caused them to lose many believers. Now, there's a young monk called Yen Qin who goes around preaching and forming an alliance with the imperial family. We're mutually dependent. If that was the case, then the battle between foe gods that day must have been extremely intense. Pan Huang and sword god Su Hanshan should have worked together to defeat the demonic Tao Hall and the underworld god Hall. However, they could no longer support the Jianghu dynasty. The entire dynasty was in a precarious situation, becoming the most chaotic place before the epic changed. But there's something else I have to tell you. Jianghu looked around cautiously. Then, he sent a voice projection to Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt enlightened, but his expression did not change much. That's normal. I have not done anything for 8 years. It is hard for them to not get anxious. After all, he staked everything on me. Xiaochen appeared rather calm about Jianghu's secret, replying in a relaxed manner. That's good. I was thinking the same thing. Before this, I was still hesitating, afraid that you would overthink it. Now, it looks like I was overthinking. Jianghu sized up Xiaochen and found that he could not figure out the other party. It was like Jianghu and the others were still in a cage, but Xiaochen had already jumped out. How is the situation in the Divine Dragon Empire? I would like to take some time to go over. It is time to resolve some grudges. Jianghu's expression changed slightly as he asked, Are you sure? While Xiaochen spoke casually, Jianghu knew that once Xiaochen went, there would be a bloody storm. I'm sure. Tell me it. Xiaochen knew that Jianghu had been thinking of returning to the Divine Dragon Empire. He had designs on the Dragon Emperor position and had been paying attention at all times. Qin Ming stood out among the outstanding bloodline talents of the 8 great empires and obtained the full support of the Bushin Palace. He came out of closed-door cultivation before you and is a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Now he shakes the dragon race with his might. The purple gold dragon emperor intends to bring forward the dragon emperor selection. Helplessness flashed in Jianghu's eyes as he said, however, with Qin Ming's current cultivation, even if the other divine dragon disciples work together, they will not be able to defeat him. The competition to become the dragon emperor is just a ceremony for him to crown the dragon emperor. Is that so? A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said softly, "It will not be that easy. Remember to tell me when you return to the Divine Dragon Empire." "Xiao Chen, will you vie for the Dragon Emperor position as well?" Jianghu felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Although you saved my life, if you vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I'll probably have to fight you to the end and not back down." Xiao Chen did not deny it, not answering directly. He smiled and said, "There's no need to feel conflicted. I never use morals to coerce others. If you do your best to vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I will definitely support you. I have to go and meet the others. Thank you for telling me so much." "What does that mean?" Jianghu remained in front of the rubble of Heavenly Divine Mountain, frowning heavily as he pondered Xiao Chen's words. "Sorry, I have to vie for the Dragon Emperor position. I can only repay the debt of saving my life in the future." Even after a long time, Jianghu still could not figure out Xiao Chen's words. So, he shook his head and chose to leave. Bush. Xiao Chen continuously traveled through the vast and boundless Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, appearing like a flash of light and shadow, leaving no traces. After a while, he appeared outside Ao Jiao's room. However, he discovered that Ao Jiao had already left. She returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Mo Chen and Su Yi, who were in the same courtyard, came out. After chatting for a long time, they informed Xiao Chen of Ao Jiao's whereabouts. "She already left? That's good. I should make a trip to the Golden Crow Empire." Chapter 2344. At that time, the 100 schools of thought and the 10,000 races would contend for supremacy. Blood and fire, chaos and despair would continue until the start of the new epoch. The two crashed into the Buddhist nation's barrier in the air like broken kites, producing loud sounds that sounded like morning bells and evening drums. Which evil beast dares to barge into the divine kingdom? The two controlled their Buddhist sect consummate techniques as they pleased. With a wave of their hands, they perfectly manifested their true meaning. Xiao Chen felt startled. He had heard from Jianghu that the new Buddhist sect led by Yuan Zhen was developing rapidly. The so-called purification was using the Buddhist sect's magic skills to brainwash and enslave the other party, turning them into one's slaves. The two's initiative vanished in mere moments, and they fell into a predicament. The saber light materialized by the power of cycles materialized in Xiao Chen's 5 fingers gathered in his palm. Then he casually swung. The many believers on the ground showed joy on their faces. Smiles appeared on their faces, appearing content and blissful. The seal could not stop Xiao Chen, as this world called for the destroyer. The various mysterious phenomena of the Buddhist sect could not advance an inch under the illumination of the saber light. Cloud-rubbing palm. No matter where one was in the vast, boundless starry heavens, as long as one looked back, one would always see the central great realm, which was like an eternal treasure of the world. Xiao Chen was very familiar with such a scene. The life Tao and the death Tao immediately cycled endlessly around Xiao Chen, sending out saber lights materialized by the power of cycles. However, there were still many people outside the Divine Kingdom who could not avoid worshipping the Divine Kingdom. These people kowtowed piously, hoping that the bodhisattvas would show themselves and let them in. In an instant, a vast Buddhist kingdom appeared, overflowing with golden light. However, when looking at it now, one could clearly sense an ominous black fog encasing the central great realm. Now, this Jianghu dynasty's ritual ground was densely packed with believers in the blink of an eye. Countless believers worshipped inside and outside the ritual ground. Incense burned, making the Buddha statue and the bodhisattvas and arhats around it look even more dignified. A rainbow path carrying a lotus platform wound its way through the air and landed at Xiao Chen's feet. Then Xiao Chen saw a gigantic Buddha image in the west of the Jianghu dynasty. Connected to the heavens and the earth, Buddhist light illuminated everything. His appearance was dignified and kind. After passing 10 layers of palace halls and 1 million steps, Xiao Chen saw Yuan Zhen on the spacious Dao platform in front of the palace. Xiao Chen spread his arms and slowly descended from the starry sky like an eagle. Countless refugees, destitute and destitute. The evil Dao ran amok everywhere. Xiaochen opened his eyes, feeling a little sad. Coincidentally, Xiaochen felt curious and wanted to probe Yuan Zhen's current situation. He immediately stepped onto the lotus platform, and the Buddhist light rotated. The lotus platform automatically brought Xiaochen forward on the rainbow path. Suddenly, Xiaochen's divine sense sensed a dazzling Buddhist light, and he opened his eyes. Xiao. The two of them vomited blood and looked at Xiaochen with fear in their eyes. That was because if the old era was not destroyed, the new era would never appear. That eternal night would never have a moment of dawn. It would forever fall into darkness. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, the barrier of the Buddhist nation in the air suddenly opened like an ancient Buddhist gate. Furthermore, Ao Jiao did not feel at ease leaving little yellow feather alone in the Golden Crow Empire. Xiaochen suddenly understood. This was the purification that the two Protector Vajra mentioned earlier. However, since Yuan Zhen invited him, there was no harm in meeting him. Buddhist chanting rang out beside Xiaochen's ears as scriptures echoed, rubbing the clouds freely and projecting 10,000 Buddhas with the palm. However, Xiaochen did not know that the other party had already established a Buddhist nation. The eyes of the two Buddhist sect protectors, who were as strong as great perfection sovereign emperors, lit up when they saw Xiaochen. Then, they saw two Buddhist sect experts bathed in golden light, dressed in Protector Vajra attire, flying out of the dazzling golden nation. If they wanted to make things difficult for Xiaochen, it would not be easy for them to come out. Xiaochen entered deep thought. After entering the other party's Buddhist nation, his strength would be limited. He knew that this was just the beginning. Such a tragedy would slowly spread. Eventually, it would spread to the entire Great Thousand Realms. When the epic ended, the eternal night would officially descend. At this moment, Yuan Zhen sat cross-legged, giving a lecture to the surroundings. 3 days later, Xiaochen returned to the central Great Realm from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiaochen frowned slightly. These two Buddhist sect experts had pure Buddhist Dharma and deep accumulations. The two did not waste any time speaking nonsense. They each executed a killing move, and vast Buddhist might encased Xiaochen. At the very least, there were hundreds of millions of them. They are pretty strong. Furthermore, they are spies sent by the royal court's lackeys. Without any warning, Xiaochen, who moved forward like a laser beam, crashed into the void. Xiaochen's spiritual sense turned into countless invisible motes of light, spreading out like a spiderweb. Soon, he sensed the entire Jianghu dynasty in his sea of consciousness. This was the small world of more than 100 Buddhist sect experts, gathered using Buddhist magic skills. This materialized a divine nation that rivaled a true god's, even stronger than a small world. Dang! The sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao stood up and left respectfully. Just as the sovereign emperor experts felt horrified, they saw Xiaochen suddenly raise his hand. However, Xiaochen's eyes were lifeless, devoid of spiritual light. Clearly, he was already delirious. We have guess. We'll talk about it another day. You all can withdraw. Flames of war and beacons filled the place. The bustle of the past was long gone. Xiaochen could see the dragon luck guarding the Jianghu dynasty from the constellation. It was unstable in the wind and rain, showing signs of crumbling. When Xiaochen sent out his spiritual sense, all he received was negative emotions. The Jianghu dynasty's etiquette had collapsed. Order no longer existed, and ghosts ran amok. Night slowly descended, with no hope in sight. Xiaochen did not panic. He silently circulated the cycle Great Tao. Xiaochen did not rush to the Golden Crow Empire. He directly landed in the sky above the Jianghu dynasty. This was the center of the entire martial epic, the Great Thousand Realms, where the luck of the entire martial epic gathered. Xiaochen was like a wild beast that saw delicious prey. He spread his fingers and lifted them up high. In that instant, Xiaochen's figure magnified infinitely in the eyes of the two, making them look infinitely insignificant. As the world venerate commands. Don't bother speaking nonsense with him. Capture him and get martial ancestor Yuan Zhen to purify him. That will be a great help. Now, Xiaochen somewhat understood why Mu Zifeng said that the Black Dragon King would definitely appear. Even if Shao Qin knew where the Black Dragon King was sealed, he would not be able to stop the Black Dragon King from appearing. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had opened a similar dojo in the heavenly starry ocean. However, it was much smaller in scale. But millions of five-colored auspicious signs layered over each other burst out. A golden Kittagarbha Bodhisattva Dharmic incarnation was hidden in the depths of the Buddhist light. Without more than 100 years of attainments in the Buddhist Dharma, it would be very difficult to materialize such a perfect Buddhist mysterious phenomenon as one pleased. Flying Flower Finger. After all, she was the Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. She could not remain in the Heavenly Alliance forever. Shao Chen's figure turned around and flew straight to the dojo. He arrived within a short while. Welcome, Benefactor Shao. The world venerate invites you in. The countless astral regions in the magnificent starry heavens revolved around the central great realm. After Shao Chen entered, the gates of the Buddhist nation closed. When Shao Chen looked down, there was a vast and majestic execution ground that occupied a vast area. Yuan Zhen glanced over. When he saw Shao Chen, he smiled and said, Benefactor Shao, how have you been? Shao Chen took a few steps back and looked over, entering deep thought. Flowers flew around, and light and shadows danced. It was not hard to understand why Ao Jiao returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Given Shao Chen's current strength, he could travel the starry heavens without an alloy warship even faster. Shao Chen did not seem like a sovereign emperor expert who relied on the power of incense. The people who spoke to him startled Shao Chen. Among them were sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao. There were even people of the demonic Tao and abyssal underworld's foreign races. Those lawless evil cultivators all appeared pious or enslaved. This situation could not be reversed by just one person. After saying goodbye to Mo Qin and Su Yi, Shao Chen headed to the Golden Crow Empire alone. The ordinary people showed flustered expressions. They were numb and ignorant, not knowing how to deal with this. Some were kept in captivity by demonic Tao cultivators, using their physical bodies as nourishment for their demonic cultivation techniques, and their souls as sacrifices to the ghost pennant. The various religious sects took advantage of the chaos to bewitch the hearts of the people. When looking around, Shao Chen saw a dense, indescribable number of believers. Countless arhats wore kasayas and had golden divine powder smeared over their bodies on both sides of the road. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they glistened like ancient arhats, looking incredibly dazzling. Chapter 23:45. Benefactor Shao, how have you been? When Yuan Zhen saw Shao Chen, he smiled faintly, showing a relaxed expression. There was an indescribable Buddha nature on him. It was neither good nor evil, and it was extremely strange. Shao Chen had just heard the others call him the revered one of the world. This was an incredible title. It was rumored that the first ancestor of Buddhism was born. He pointed to the heavens and drew the earth, saying that he was the only supreme being in the world. This simple form of address showed Yuan Zhen's ambition. Shao Chen asked softly, should I call you Yuan Zhen or the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva? Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together and smiled benevolently. Benefactor Shao, it is better to address me as Yuan Zhen. I prefer you to call me Yuan Zhen, but in your eyes, it's all the same no matter what you call me. Shao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He found Yuan Zhen somewhat unfathomable. Looking up, at the back of the heavenly strength hall, in the depths of the myriad of overlapping auspicious signs, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's transcendence golden body was hidden within. Its face was benevolent, and its heart was filled with compassion. Suddenly Shao Chen understood. So that's how it was. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had already merged with Yuan Zhen. However, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva existed in Yuan Zhen's form. The two had not truly merged yet. Hence, Yuan Zhen's consciousness remained. He was right. The one standing before Shao Chen was indeed Yuan Zhen and not the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Shao Chen said softly, if you had a choice, would you still bear the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma? According to his plan, when the Buddhist epic is established, your memories of Yuan Zhen will disappear. Yuan Zhen's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Chen saw through his relationship with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. When the Buddhist epoch arrived, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva would truly awaken. At that time, the dominant position would change. Yuan Zhen withdrew his smile. After some thought, he said, "Most of the time, there is actually no choice." Maybe. Chen didn't refute the other party. From his point of view, he could choose at any time. But he also understood that the others had no choice. There seem to be many hidden spirit temple esteemed monks in your Buddhist nation? Chen changed the topic and asked casually. Yuan Zhen smiled and said, "You have pretty good eyes." Indeed, after the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed, the Kasyapa Buddha's body was destroyed. Many martial uncles abandoned the darkness for the light and joined me in creating a new Buddhism. But even if you want to create a new Buddhist school, there's no need for you to make a move against these commoners, no? Chen pointed at the believers kneeling at the foot of the 10,000 steps. Yuan Zhen argued, "What's wrong? Didn't you see the smiles on their faces? In my Buddhist kingdom, you only need to worship devoutly every day, and you won't have to worry about food or clothing. What's so bad about that? Right now, the Yenwu dynasty is hell on earth, filled with the flames of war. I am doing good deeds to accumulate virtue. If you want to argue, I won't argue with you." Yuan Zhen's expression slowly turned serious. He said seriously, "Chen, what if I told you that the Kasyapa Buddha used this method to establish the Buddhist sect back then? Would you believe me?" The epoch changed, and chaos arose everywhere. Extraordinary times naturally required extraordinary methods. If I did not use such methods, how could I establish the Buddhist kingdom in such a short time? I know you want to say that these believers do not have any thoughts or intelligence, like the walking dead. However, this has always been the case in this world. The strong can be merciful. When the Buddhist epoch starts, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva will return the power of faith, and there will be no need to do this. Chen felt slightly stunned. Then, he thought of the 3 black mountains behind Spirit Vulture Mountain, the boundless demonic domain filled with sin. Yuan Zhen's words should be true. However, so what? Hence, Chen did not feel any pity for the hidden spirit temple's destruction. A temple built on boundless sin should not have a reason to exist, no matter how glorious it was. You're on your own. You should understand that these words of self-consolation can only deceive yourself. Chen felt very uncomfortable staying here. After investigating Yuan Zhen and the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's situation, Chen did not want to linger, so he turned and left. "Did I say you could leave?" Yuan Zhen snorted coldly and sent a palm strike at Chen. The entire Buddhist kingdom's 90,000 arhats, 8,000 vajras, and 300 bodhisattvas all chanted scriptures at the same time. This caused countless ancient Buddhist sect scriptures to surround Yuan Zhen's palm strike. The entire divine kingdom started circulating in his palm. Chen's expression did not change. He turned around and sent a palm strike in retaliation. Boom! The instant the 2 palms clashed, the vast and boundless Buddhist kingdom shook intensely. Images of countless ancient arhats and bodhisattvas appeared in the sky amid thousands of auspicious signs. The Tao of life and death cycled endlessly around Chen, producing an unending stream of reincarnation power. Chen resisted the pressure of the entire Buddhist kingdom by himself. "Saber!" Chen shouted, and an eternal, inextinguishable saber light that surpassed the epoch shot out from his body. The saber light soared into the clouds and tore a crack in the Buddhist kingdom's barrier in the sky. Yuan Zhen showed shock on his face as he got knocked back. Then he watched helplessly as Chen soared into the air and left the divine kingdom before the crack mended. World Venerate. Right after Chen left, many Buddhist sect sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings with grave expressions. "World Venerate, why did you not bring out the golden Buddha body and directly suppress him? With Chen dead, we will have one less strong enemy." Yuan Zhen said indifferently, "I feel that he is not as simple as a 9-vein sovereign emperor. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's golden body is not complete yet. We cannot take the risk." The two were testing each other, probing each other's limits. While Chen wanted to figure out Yuan Zhen and the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's strength, Yuan Zhen thought the same. However, Yuan Zhen could not figure out the other party's strength with just one palm strike. After leaving the Buddhist kingdom, Shaochen hovered in the air and looked down at the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's golden body. Yuan Zhen remained silent and observed for a long time, not leaving. He wanted to destroy this Buddhist kingdom in one go. However, he felt that there was no need in the end. The Buddhist kingdom was established because the epoch was about to end. Order collapsed, and the natural laws no longer existed. It was like a dynasty on the verge of destruction. The emperor lost his suppression of the feudal lords. Outstanding talents fought each other, and chaos descended. This was not a problem that could be solved by killing one or two feudal lords. The current situation was even more complicated and terrifying than that. The Holy Lord, who controlled the entire epoch, had already lost control of the various factions. The righteous Tao was no longer righteous, and the demonic Tao was even more demonic. The entire world was on the verge of collapse, on the verge of collapse. Shaochen withdrew his gaze and stood up to leave. Not long later, Shaochen sensed two figures rapidly approaching him. Big brother. It was the little monk Yen Qin and the heavenly book scholar. Shaochen asked in confusion, "Why are the two of you here?" "Let's leave this place first. This is the evil Buddha's territory. Even foe gods do not dare to barge in." The heavenly book scholar looked at the Buddhist kingdom fearfully. After a while, Shaochen understood that Yen Qin and the heavenly book scholar sensed a battle in the Buddhist kingdom. They came to check and discovered that it was Shaochen, so they rushed over. Far away from Yuan Zhen's Buddhist kingdom, the three landed. When Shaochen saw the little monk Yen Qin, he felt rather happy. "Big brother, my master passed away," Yen Qin said sullenly, showing grief on his face. "Big brother, my master passed away." Venerable Su Yun? This senior had left a very good impression on Shaochen. Shaochen felt deep respect for him. "How did he die?" The heavenly book scholar explained, "Back when we were still in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb during the succession race, Senior Su Yun chased after the traitor, Su Ming, who was Yuan Zhen's master. In the end, that Su Ming had planned this. He lured Venerable Su Yi to the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body. Then he died together, destroying the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body, resulting in today's situation. That was how the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed. This Su Ming schemed and was very ruthless. No wonder Shaochen did not see him in the Buddhist kingdom. It turned out that he was already dead. Where are Abbot Su Yi and Senior Pan Huang? Shaochen asked. Yen Qin answered, the abbot and Senior Pan Huang are at Spirit Vulture Mountain, leading the remaining martial uncles to suppress the sin in Spirit Vulture Mountain. Right now, I am in charge of the hidden spirit temple. The abbot and his martial uncle told me to assist the Yen Emperor and not lower my head to the evil Buddha. Unexpectedly, Yen Qin would have a day where he could stand on his own. Given Yen Qin's character, he probably did not like this responsibility. However, with the epoch changing, the Buddhist sects no longer had anyone to lead them aside from him. Shaochen said softly, "Before I came, I saw that the entire Yenwu dynasty was covered in smoke. The situation does not seem very optimistic. We have to persevere, right?" The heavenly book scholar smiled and said, "If even we give up, there will be no hope for this land at all." Yen Qin showed a determined expression as he said through clenched teeth, "Big brother, there is no need to worry. When the reinforcements from the other 3 Buddhist temples arrive, the evil Buddha will not be able to be so arrogant." Aside from the hidden spirit temple, the Buddhist sects had 3 other Buddhist temples, all of them holy lands. It looks like the situation is not that bad. Shaochen said, "Help me send my regards to 9th brother. I still have things to do and cannot stay to help him for now." After taking his leave of the 2, Shaochen headed for the Golden Crow Empire. Shaochen passed through the desolate sea and arrived at the Blue Dragon's old land, stopping at the small village that Shaochen once led. The small village no longer existed. In its place was a flourishing city. A towering tree stood outside the city, covering the sky and sun. A youth formed hand seals under the tree, using spiritual energy to nourish the tree's roots. This youth was none other than Sang, the propping mulberry tree. "Wait here first." Sang did not feel surprised to see Shaochen land. He gave him a casual glance before continuing to focus on nourishing the propping mulberry tree. Many years had passed since they parted. The sapling from back then. After so many years, the sapling from back then had already grown into a towering tree, protecting the city behind it like a guardian deity. Xiaochen was not in a rush. He waited quietly at the side. Chapter 2346. After Sang finished nourishing it with spiritual energy, Xiaochen waved his hand. Then he looked at Xiaochen and said, "It has been many years. However, I knew that you would definitely return. That is natural. However, when I came from the Jianghu dynasty, the desolate sea did not seem to have many waves." As the two walked casually, Xiaochen asked, finding it strange. Sang showed a calm expression as he replied casually, "The desolate sea is filled with deserts and desolate lands, lacking in spiritual energy. It is not like the Jianghu dynasty, which is at the center of the storm. However, it is only a matter of time. When the epic ends, chaos will sweep through the entire Great Thousand Realms." Xiaochen frowned and said, "The epic changes, and the order collapses. You don't seem to feel it at all." "What can I feel? When I was still in the propping mulberry tree's body, I saw the rise and fall of many epics. However, don't worry. With the propping mulberry tree's protection, the villagers in Azure Mountain Town should be able to avoid much trouble." Sang knew that the ordinary people gathered in Azure Mountain Town had a deep connection to the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Perhaps they were once ordinary people under the Blue Dragon race's rule. Although Xiaochen did not say it, he still cared about this group of people in his heart. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you." Xiaochen thanked Sang. Then, he turned his head back and happened to see the towering Azure Mountain in the distance. Xiaochen's expression slowly turned grave. Now that he had returned to the Blue Dragon's old land, he definitely could not avoid this towering mountain that resembled the Blue Dragon's flight. However, the Azure Mountain remained, but the dragon head was gone. It was clear that the Azure Mountain once had a dragon head. However, someone chopped it off. Xiaochen guessed that the Divine Master must have done it after defeating Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea. After the Holy Lord defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea, he chopped off the Azure Mountain's dragon head, using that to strangle the Blue Dragon race's luck. "Bring me to meet Grandpa Seven and the others, then." "All right." Sang led the way, bringing Xiaochen to meet all the old friends he once had. Of course, the Burning Moon wine brewed by Grandpa Seven had to be drunk to his heart's content. In the dead of night, Xiaochen left alone and looked at the blood moon in the sky, deep in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Sang asked as he walked out. Xiaochen muttered softly, "Previously, my cultivation was not high. I thought that the desolate sea's blood moon was just a star. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. There was nothing strange about it. Now that I've reached my current realm, I can sense that this blood moon is truly incomparably mysterious." A blood moon would rise in the desolate sea every night. This was an ancient mystery. Many foe gods could not solve it. Why could one see the blood moon only in the desolate sea and not elsewhere? What was even more mysterious was that the blood moon was clearly in the sky, but if one flew into the starry sky, they would not be able to find it. It was even more wondrous than the reflection in the mirror. When Xiaochen thought about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's words in the ethereal Immortal Palace, he found it hard not to connect this blood moon to the wings of time. This blood moon is indeed strange. It is clearly in the sky, and moonlight covers the entire desolate sea. However, it feels somewhat illusory. Sang nodded, agreeing with Xiaochen's point of view. "So, I have to figure it out." "What are you doing?" Sang asked, feeling confused. Xiaochen smiled mysteriously, not saying anything more. Then, the Divine Universe Steel quietly emerged from his body. After a while, a light flashed, and Xiaochen entered the Divine Universe Steel. Then, the Divine Universe Steel vanished into thin air. Sang searched around in confusion but did not find anything. However, he did not worry. He shook his head and said, "This fellow is becoming increasingly mysterious. He gives me the feeling that he is even more unfathomable than those powerhouses of the ancient epic." The Blue Dragon's old land. Shao Chen leaped out of the blood moon while holding the divine universe steel. He looked around and saw the desolate slave Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in the distance. Soul Reaper's figure looked as imposing as before, but its aura was much weaker than what Shao Chen had seen previously. "Come in." The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Shao Chen's mind right after he appeared. Shao Chen turned into a beam of purple light and leaped 50 kilometers. When he passed by Soul Reaper, he turned his head back to look at it. Soul Reaper sensed Soul Reaper. It also turned its head to look at Shao Chen with a confused expression. Every time Shao Chen saw Soul Reaper, he felt a trace of sorrow. Sighing softly, Shao Chen landed on the ancient city's Dao platform. A blue dragon statue surrounded the mountains in front of the Dao platform. Having come here many times, Shao Chen was familiar with the place, so he pushed open the door of the dragon statue and entered. The dragon spirit had been waiting for a long time. Without saying a word, it brought Shao Chen to the blue dragon's inheritance hall. Shao Chen did not say anything. He headed for the inheritance hall. This time, he was confident of directly climbing to the top floor. "There's no need. With your current strength, you no longer need to go through a test. I can give you the 10,000 Dragons Arts follow-up cultivation technique that you want." However, the dragon spirit stopped Shao Chen and directly handed a jade strip to Shao Chen. "Ancestor Dragon Art?" Shao Chen gave the jade strip a strange look. To think that the dragon spirit gave him the Ancestor Dragon Art. That's right. With your current foundation, you can already cultivate it. When the 10,000 Dragons Art is cultivated to the end, all techniques will return to one. No matter what bloodline it is, it will take the path of atavism, bringing out the great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's divine might. However, it is hard to say whether you can cultivate it or not, the dragon spirit said indifferently. If one could cultivate the Ancestor Dragon Art, one would be able to bring out 1% of a great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's strength. Unfortunately, over the countless epochs, very few managed to cultivate it. However, Shao Chen did not really need the Ancestor Dragon Art right now. Right now, his flawless Saber Dao already surpassed the epochs, surpassing immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Furthermore, with the Cycle Dao as his foundation, regular 9-vein sovereign emperors would not be a match for him. Furthermore, Shao Chen had a trump card that others did not know about. Shao Chen was not a 9-vein sovereign emperor but a 10-vein sovereign emperor. The special divine vein that Shao Chen condensed after absorbing the entire Immortal Burial Lake actually existed independently. After Shao Chen comprehended the Dao and absorbed all the resources of Heavenly Divine Mountain, he advanced to a 10-vein sovereign emperor. However, Shao Chen had not ignited his divine flame and was not a faux god. However, he had one more divine vein than a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Perhaps, it would be more accurate to call it an immortal vein rather than a divine vein. I'll leave this to you as well. After the dragon spirit handed the Ancestor Dragon Art to Shao Chen, it handed Shao Chen an item. Royal Genealogical Record. Shao Chen received it and took a look. It was a royal genealogical record. Only by writing his true name in it could he truly possess the dragon race's royal bloodline. Before Shao Chen could digest it, the dragon spirit took out another item. A throne with 10,000 dragons carved on its back appeared out of nowhere before Shao Chen. A pure emperor dragon's divine might surged out from the throne. This slightly stunned Shao Chen. Caught off guard, this emperor dragon's divine might forced him back a few steps. This is, be it the Ancestor Dragon Art or the Royal Genealogical Record, Shao Chen knew about them. Hence, he was not surprised when the dragon spirit took them out. However, this throne startled Shao Chen. Even with Shao Chen's current cultivation, this ancient throne still forced him back a few steps when he was unprepared. One could imagine just how great the background of this throne was. The dragon spirit smiled and said, "This is the Emperor Dragon throne that the dragon race has acknowledged since ancient times. The throne in the Divine Dragon Empire is just a replica." "Is this for me as well?" "Naturally." The dragon spirit's enthusiasm made Shao Chen feel apprehensive in his heart. This dragon spirit is taking out all its trump cards. Shao Chen asked suspiciously, "Senior, what do you want me to do?" The dragon spirit said somewhat excitedly, "I already sensed a great change in the world. the martial epoch will come to an end. With the Emperor Dragon throne and the royal genealogical record, you will definitely be able to snatch back the position of Dragon Emperor. After that, you will lead the Divine Dragon Empire and formally start the Divine Dragon Epoch, fulfilling Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's final wish. So, that is what the Dragon Spirit wants. Xiao Chun put away the Emperor Dragon throne but did not rush to imprint his soul blood on it. He looked at the Dragon Spirit and said, "Actually, I am not here today for the supreme treasures of the dragon race in the Blue Dragon treasure trove. I have a question that I would like to ask Senior." "Speak." Did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtain the wings of time back then? The Dragon Spirit turned silent upon hearing that. After a while, it replied, "Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed obtain the wings of time. In that case, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord?" Chapter 2347. In that case, why did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord back then? Xiao Chun asked the question in his heart. Then he looked at the Dragon Spirit, hoping to get an answer from it. The Dragon Spirit remained silent, seeming to be hiding something else. Xiao Chun found it strange, but he did not pursue the matter. He only waited quietly for the other party. After a long time, the Dragon Spirit said, "I'll tell you after you become the Dragon Emperor. How about that?" Xiao Chun said softly, "It's better to tell you now. I'm afraid of changes in the future. This matter is very important. How long is Senior going to hide it from me?" The Dragon Spirit sighed. After a while it said, "All right. It is indeed time to tell you. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed secretly take away the wings of time back then. He did not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord. That's because the wings of time were prepared to deal with even stronger enemies. The Black Dragon King, an enemy stronger than the Holy Lord. Naturally, Xiao Chun thought of the Black Dragon King. That's right. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epic's luck to barely seal the Black Dragon King. Back then, the martial epic declined and could no longer continue sealing the Black Dragon King. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had a greater goal, to kill the Black Dragon King and deal with this problem in one go. This revelation startled Xiao Chun. This Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was very ambitious. This was something that even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not do. To think that he wanted to take the risk and kill the Black Dragon King. After some thought, Xiao Chun said, "How did he prepare? If I guess right, it should have something to do with that blood moon above the desolate sea." The Dragon Spirit looked at Xiao Chun, and its eyes lit up. It said softly, "It looks like you suspected it long ago. It does have something to do with that blood moon. The desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the wings of time, the desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the wings of time, he materialized the blood moon as the formation core and laid 2 formations. 2 formations? Xiao Chun knew that there was a heavenly Tao killing formation in the vast desolate sea with the blood moon as the formation core. Then where is the other array formation? I believe you know about the heavenly Tao killing formation laid in the desolate sea. The other formation is in the sky. In the sky. In the vast starry heavens, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mobilized all the dragon race disciples in the various astral regions of the Great Thousand Realms to set up formation nodes. With the boundless universe as the background, the millions of stars as the nodes, and the wings of time as the formation core, Xiao Chun formed the unprecedented Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation. Once the formation is activated, the millions of stars will be driven by the blood moon and condense into an ancient blood dragon from the prehistoric era. The dragon spirit showed a disappointed expression as it spoke of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's shocking actions back then. Xiao Chun was greatly shocked, and his expression changed slightly. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation used the starry heavens as its background and the millions of stars as its nodes. If this formation was activated, the size of the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon that was formed would be simply inconceivable. Do you think I'm strong? However, in reality, the Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation alone could not kill the Black Dragon King. He is the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao. He is destruction itself, the monster that the Heavenly Tao used to destroy the martial epic. Hence, the Heavenly Tao killing formation is needed. The two formations overlap, using the great desolate Aeon blood dragon's boundless dragon might to suppress him and then using the Heavenly Tao's killing intent to destroy him. The dragon spirit did not pause, continuing to speak. Shaochen raised his eyebrows. Then, with a flip of his hand, Heavenly Slayer appeared in his grasp. My Heavenly Slayer saber. The desolate sea was the origin of the martial epic. The Heavenly Tao killing formation that Dragon Emperor Shao Yun laid was to gather the killing intent born of the Heavenly Tao since the birth of the epic. Coincidentally, Shao Chen's Heavenly Slayer saber could activate the Heavenly Tao's killing intent. The Heavenly Slayer saber did not kill but hurt itself. Once it was unsheathed, it would taste blood. Heavenly Slayer and the Heavenly Tao killing formation happened to draw on the Heavenly Tao's killing intent. The dragon spirit said softly, "You are not stupid. The Heavenly Slayer saber in your hand is used to activate the Heavenly Tao killing formation. The great desolate blood dragon formation is activated by the Shuowu dynasty's blood dragon cloak." Shao Chen quickly recalled the blood dragon cloak that she wore. The first time he saw it, he found it incredibly familiar. Indeed, you already know. The dragon spirit did not show much surprise on its face. After some thought, it said, "Back then, Dragon Emperor Shao Yun Dual cultivated the righteous and demonic Tao. He left a total of 2 inheritances. Naturally, one is here, and the other is the demonic Tao Hall. The 2 inheritances each control a formation and compete with each other in the future. The victor can obtain both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Cloak, truly merging the 2 formations and becoming Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's true inheritor." Shao Chen could not help revealing a self-mocking smile. Dragon Emperor Shao Yun really hid himself deeply. What's starting the Divine Dragon epic and inheriting his will? From the very start, she and I were his pawns. Only one person can obtain his inheritance. Both of us have been deceived. Shao Chen was certain that she had not known about this either. When she saw Dragon Emperor Shao Yun visit the ethereal Immortal Palace, he could not disguise his shocked expression. However, she should know more than Shao Chen. "You could have continued hiding it. Why are you telling me now?" Shao Chen asked as he looked at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit sighed and said, "According to Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's will, when you become the Dragon Emperor, he will become the demonic monarch. Then, the protectors of the 2 inheritances will tell you the truth, letting you kill each other. The one who survives will be able to merge the 2 formations. However, even you are suspicious now. I believe that person should be suspicious as well. I cannot be certain that the protectors of the demonic Tao Hall's inheritances will not tell him the truth in advance. If he knows the truth and you do not, you will be at a great disadvantage. In the depths of my heart, I definitely hope that you, with a pure-blooded bloodline, can start the Divine Dragon epic and not a demonic Tao cultivator without a dragon race bloodline." The dragon spirit showed a guilty expression, but it still told Shao Chen the reason. "Don't blame Dragon Emperor Shao Yun. Back then, he spent too much effort laying the 2 formations. Just as he was about to enter closed-door cultivation to recuperate, the golden dragons betrayed him and told the Holy Lord about his declining strength. The Holy Lord suddenly made a move. Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's defeat was too unjust. He simply could not swallow this defeat, so he laid this seemingly inhumane contingency plan. After hearing the dragon spirit's explanation for Dragon Emperor Shao Yun, Shao Chen felt suspicious. He asked, "Why did I hear that Dragon Emperor Shao Yun took the initiative to challenge the Holy Lord before being defeated?" The dragon spirit smiled and said, "Back then he secretly laid the 2 formations and was incredibly weak. How could he be stupid enough to attack the Holy Lord? The winner takes all. Since the Holy Lord won, he naturally would not say that Dragon Emperor Shao Yun launched a sneak attack, something so disgraceful." Shao Chen thought about it and agreed. This explained why Dragon Emperor Shao Yun did not attack the Holy Lord even though he had the wings of time. However, the Holy Lord is not in a good state either. Dragon Emperor Shao Yun severely injured his main body and basically cannot leave the faux god world. In the past 50,000 years, he wanted to explore the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. However, he could only materialize divine weapons to attack. However, Soul Reaper stopped him. So, that was the case. The golden divine weapons that appeared in this world in the past were actually the work of the Holy Lord. As the dragon spirit said, the Holy Lord was indeed severely injured. Now, I no longer have any secrets. I already told you everything I know. You have to start the divine dragon epic. You have to snatch that person's blood dragon cloak. You can activate the two formations that Dragon Emperor Shao Yun laid back then only if you obtain both at the same time. The dragon spirit showed a serious expression as it looked at Xiao Chen with a grave expression. The truth was often cruel. The perfect image of Dragon Emperor Shao Yun in Xiao Chen's heart had already crumbled. It seemed to be unexpected, but it was also reasonable. If possible, Xiao Chen would not want to face this truth. It was too depressing. Ignoring the grave dragon spirit, Xiao Chen left this place. Then he saw Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in a daze. When Xiao Chen first saw Soul Reaper, he only felt fear and horror. However, when he saw Soul Reaper now, Xiao Chen felt only sorrow and respect. Compared to Dragon Emperor Shao Yun, the desolate slave Soul Reaper held a much higher place in Xiao Chen's heart. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen arrived before the desolate slave Soul Reaper's mountain-like body. Xiao Chen extended his hand. Soul Reaper seemed to sense it, so it raised its thick hand clumsily. When the two hands, one large and one small, touched each other, the cycle Great Tao circulated. Then, Xiao Chen slowly absorbed the death qi in Soul Reaper's body into his body. Then, he converted the death qi into vigorous life force. Life and death cycled, materializing the power of cycles. The death qi in the desolate slave Soul Reaper vanished at a visible rate. Soul Reaper was already a dead person. Due to the death qi in its body, it could not truly die. It could only guard this secret realm in the form of a desolate slave. Bang! The instant the death qi vanished, the desolate slave Soul Reaper's huge body suddenly vanished, turning into ashes. As Xiao Chen watched Soul Reaper turn to ashes, he felt deeply moved. He figured out some things. Being despicable was the pass of the despicable. No explanation would be enough. Being noble was the epitaph of the noble. There was no need to say anything. He used his life to shape a character that others looked up to. Chapter 2348. With Wu Chang gone, the Blue Dragon ancient city appeared even more empty under the blood moon. What was emptier than the ancient city was the human heart. Xiao Chen looked at the blood moon and pondered for a long time, lost in thought. The dragon spirit's words dispelled many of the doubts in his heart. At the same time, he felt even more deeply moved by the word, involuntary. Dragon Emperor Shao Yun was a formidable and ambitious person. In the end, he fell at the hands of his own people's betrayal. If Xiao Chen could recuperate successfully after he finished laying the great desolate blood dragon formation and the heavenly Tao killing formation, he would be able to establish a grand undertaking after he came out of closed-door cultivation. He had not expected that he would not need to use the wings of time to deal with the Holy Lord. Thinking about it, it made sense. With his weak body, he was able to severely injure the other party with less than half of his strength. If he used his full strength, the Holy Lord would definitely not be a match for him. While Xiao Chen admired Dragon Emperor Shao Yun, he also felt repulsed by Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's plan before his death. If it weren't for him asking repeatedly, the dragon spirit wouldn't have told him the truth at all. After Xiao Chen foolishly became the Dragon Emperor, he would not know that all this was part of Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's plan. The other party had already set up a plan to kill each other. Between Xiao Chen and Shi, only one could live. What was even more frightening was that even when he died, he couldn't understand why he had been so focused on restoring the glory of the Blue Dragon. He did not know that he was actually killed by the Dragon Emperor of the Blue Dragon race. She should know the truth by now, right? Xiao Chen wondered if Xiao Chen, who knew the truth, would still say that no one in the world was his friend, as he did in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. She thought that he was Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's inheritors, thinking that he was Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's inheritor. No matter what, they should be friends on the same side. However, Xiao Chen did not know that Dragon Emperor Shao Yun already planned in his heart. The two of them would kill each other sooner or later, leaving only one alive. After a long time, Xiaochen sighed and left the land of the Blood Moon. The vast, desolate sea, the origin land of the martial epic. Under the agile Blood Moon, it was bleak and gloomy. Now, Xiaochen finally understood why the desolate sea's scarlet color was so bleak, giving off an ominous feeling. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid another formation 50,000 years ago, gathering the heavenly Dao's killing intent born in the martial epic into the heavenly Dao killing formation. In the night sky, a formless killing intent spread to every corner of the desolate sea. Xiaochen tightly grasped Heavenly Slayer and closed his eyes, carefully experiencing it. The killing intent that filled the desolate sea under the Blood Moon was connected to Heavenly Slayer. Moments later, Xiaochen opened his eyes. Golden rays flickered in his eyes as the Chaos Godly eyes were activated. Suddenly he saw many strange sights that others couldn't see. Countless scarlet threads surged over from all directions, connecting to Heavenly Slayer. Unfortunately, he was unable to activate the Heavenly Dao killing formation for his own use. According to the Dragon Spirit, one needed to have both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Holy Cloak to activate these two formations. If one possessed only one of them, it would be a soul treasure with no special use. It had to be said that this move was quite ruthless, forcing Xiaochen and Shi to fight. Just at this moment, Xiaochen frowned slightly. He sensed a dark aura containing destruction approaching. This dark aura covered the night sky. It seemed like a thin layer of fog covered the Blood Moon in the sky, making it much more hazy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a figure approached from afar, rushing over. Zhen Yuan. When that figure got closer and clearly saw its appearance, Xiaochen felt slightly startled. This person was none other than Zhen Yuan, the one who once had many conflicts with Xiaochen in the Grave Sea Cluster. Zhen Yuan betrayed his master and entered the demonic Dao because of Zhen Yuan. Then, he absorbed a portion of the Black Dragon King's demonic thoughts in the soaring Dragon Great Realm's underground dragon city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few more beams of light flashed. Yen Songming quickly followed, arriving beside Zhen Yuan. Yen Songming hovered in the air, looking down at Xiaochen, who stood on the Azure Mountain Town's walls. Then he said, "Indeed, as I expected, you are really here." Xiaochen asked indifferently, "What business do you have with me?" A faint layer of black fog covered Zhen Yuan's body under the night sky, making him look unfathomable. Zhen Yuan remained silent, attracting Xiaochen's attention even more than Yen Songming did. Yen Songming said softly, "If I guessed right, you should be going to the Divine Dragon Empire soon." Going to the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiaochen did not have such a plan for now. He intended to go to the Golden Crow Empire to deal with Ao Jiao's matters first. As for the Divine Dragon Empire, he would go there after Ao Jiao's matters were settled. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Is that so? I don't seem to have told anyone that I am going to the Divine Dragon Empire." Yen Songming guffawed and said, "Why act dumb? The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will hold the abdication ceremony 7 days from now. The disciples of the 6-colored divine dragons will fight for the position of Dragon Emperor. Qin Ming inherited the Bushin Palace's inheritance. If you do not go, the position of Dragon Emperor will definitely go to Qin Ming. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor will begin 7 days from now." This news startled Xiaochen slightly. This news came very suddenly. It should have arrived in the past 2 days. Previously, Xiaochen had been traveling alone and had not received any notice from the Heavenly Alliance. "What does this have to do with you? The internal affairs of the dragon race are not for you to worry about, right?" Xiaochen did not deny it, testing Zhen Yuan's purpose in coming. Yen Songming smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? After all, I have some dragon race bloodline in my body. We are more or less related. I came here to tell you that if you do not work with me, you will die for sure when you go to the Divine Dragon Empire." This joke is not funny. Working with Yen Songming felt like a joke on Xiaochen's part, very comical. Yen Songming retorted indifferently, "I came from afar and do not have the time to joke with you. A few days ago, you fought alone in the Yenwu dynasty and fought Yuan Zhen to a standstill in the entire Buddhist nation." He is on equal footing with Yuan Zhen's entire Buddhist nation. He might even be superior. This news has already spread like wildfire. When the martial epoch comes to an end, only a few people are qualified to start a new epoch. Everyone has to know each other's limits. Your strange strength has already caused many people to be unable to see through it. If you were to become the Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid no one would be able to stop you. Xiao Chen felt excited, feeling that Yan Congming was right. Only a few people could start a new epoch. They would definitely view each other as competitors. If Xiao Chen accidentally exposed some of his strength in the Yanwu dynasty, news of it would spread quickly. So, Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Yan Congming. You are a smart person. You should be able to guess what will happen later. Yan Congming smiled mysteriously, not saying anything. When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help smiling bitterly. Given this group of people's characters, they must feel that I am too much of a threat. They are sure that I will head to the Divine Dragon Empire to fight for the Dragon Emperor position, so they might work together to lay a trap and use this opportunity to end me in the Divine Dragon Empire. Hence, Yan Congming said that if I do not work with him, only death awaits me. Those people should have communicated with Yan Congming, inviting him to form an alliance to deal with me. However, for some reason, Yan Congming leaked this information to me and wanted to form an alliance with me. Why are you telling me all this? This was the only question that remained in Xiao Chen's heart. Why did Yan Congming travel so far to tell him all this? A dim light flashed in Yan Congming's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Do you know who set all this up? Who colluded with the outstanding talents of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao to kill you? Yuan Zhen? That's not right. Chu Chaoyan? Guess again. The profound heaven holy lands Wenrenyu? Yan Congming smiled faintly and said, that's not right. Ichi. After he returned to the demonic Dao palace from the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he became somewhat strange. After he learned that you fought Yuan Zhen's Buddhist nation alone in the Yanwu dynasty, he became even stranger. Yan Congming did not know the reason either. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. It looks like she knows about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan as well. Hence, she plans to kill me immediately. To me, I definitely do not wish for you to die just like that and watch as she covers the sky with one hand. Hence, we should work together. I will help you obtain the Dragon Emperor position, and you will help me restore the status of the Flood Dragon humans in the Divine Dragon Empire. Yan Congming continued, telling Xiao Chen his true purpose at the same time. Wrong. You just want us, the Epic Masters, to kill each other so that you can reap the benefits. Black Dragon King, am I right? Xiao Chen swept his gaze past Zhen Yuan and fixed it on Zhen Yuan, who had remained silent from the start to the end. Zhen Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. Two black dragon images swam in the depths of his eyes. Surprise flashed on Zhen Yuan's face when he heard what Xiao Chen said. He said softly, that's right, only you can be absolutely certain of my identity. After all, you personally saw me swallow the Black Dragon King's demonic sense back then. Chapter 2349. That's right, only you can be 100% certain of my identity. After all, you saw me devour the Black Dragon King's demonic will with your own eyes. When Zhen Yuan heard Xiao Chen determine his identity, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Then he openly admitted it. You fused with the Black Dragon King's demonic will? Xiao Chen asked in a deep voice. Sort of, but that's not important anymore. You don't have a choice. Everyone knows that you will definitely fight for the Dragon Emperor title. However, once you go to the Divine Dragon Empire, only death awaits you. Zhen Yuan looked at Xiao Chen and said calmly. Yan Congming continued, work with me. Everyone is just taking what they need. Even if we take a step back, don't you want Qin Ming to become the Dragon Emperor? Xi's strength is equally terrifying now. You have no choice. Even though Xiao Chen saw through their thoughts, Yan Congming and Zhen Yuan remained fearless. He was not afraid that Xiao Chen would not agree, because he had no choice. No choice? Wrong, as long as your heart is strong enough, you can always make the right choice. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen suddenly attacked, sending a punch flying toward Zhen Yuan. Regardless of whether Zhen Yuan had merged with the Black Dragon King's demonic will or not, since it delivered itself to him, Shaochen naturally would not let it go. When he punched out, the great Tao of reincarnation circulated, and the endless power of reincarnation circulated. It gathered in the fist radiance and bloomed like an epiphyllum in the dark night, making the blood moon in the sky dim. Zhen Yuan's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Shaochen to suddenly make a move. With a cold snort, a monstrous demonic aura erupted from his body, and a destructive aura erupted from his body. In his eyes, there was a sky full of stars. In the vast river of stars, stars were destroyed one after another. This caused the destructive aura on his body to reach a horrifying level. It was as if there were really stars exploding in his body. However, before Zhen Yuan, who had passively received this punch, could fully extend his arm, he was sent flying by Shaochen like a meteor. Stop! At the side, Yen Songming felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, the force behind Shaochen's punch was so horrifying. He quickly made a move to block Shaochen, who wanted to give chase. The will of death spread out from his body like a tide. The black aura was like liquid. The strange, evil tentacles materialized and gathered on Yen Songming's palm. Just a glance at the terrifying death intent was enough to send shivers down one's spine. He was afraid of being touched by it and could not avoid it in time. Yen Songming's death Dao domain already reached the 9th layer, only one step shy of the 10th layer. Its lethality was extremely terrifying. Compared to other killing moves, martial techniques powered by the Death Great Tao could injure a cultivator's life force. If he was heavily injured, his vitality would be damaged, and it would be very difficult to recover. However, Shaochen did not fear the killing move materialized by the Death Tao domain. He raised his hand and clashed with it. Boom boom boom. The moment the two palms collided, a vigorous life force gushed out from behind Shaochen. At a visible speed, a vast, green grassland took form behind Shaochen in an instant. The grass grew long and the orioles flew. Everything was in spring. Thousands of flowers appeared in the vast grassland, adorning it with beautiful purples and reds. My death intent. Horror appeared in Yen Songming's eyes, revealing heavy confusion. Unexpectedly, the other party turned Yen Songming's vast and boundless death intent into even more boundless life force, scattering it on this desolate and desolate sea land. Flowers bloomed and withered in an endless cycle. Shaochen shouted, and the vast grassland behind him looked like a wildfire. It burned out, not leaving a single blade of grass behind. The thousands of flowers and grass instantly withered. The instant the flowers withered, Shaochen returned a palm strike to Yen Songming. The death intent contained in this palm strike was even stronger than Yen Songming's. Bang! Yen Songming gaped in disbelief. To think that Shaochen was even more skilled in the Death Dao domain than him. Shaochen's even more ferocious and surging Death Dao domain directly scattered Yen Songming's heavy death intent. Yen Songming vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated in an even more sorry state than Zhen Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh. The instant Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan landed, they flew up at the same time. Both of them charged at Shaochen, going all out this time. Zhen Yuan drew his saber, and Yen Songming tightly grasped a black whip with a sticky black liquid around it. Dense black dragon scales appeared on Yen Songming's face. Alloy dragon armor. With a thought, Shaochen activated the alloy dragon armor. Then he grasped the tyrant saber's scabbard on his back with his right hand. As the two charged over, Shaochen drew the tyrant saber at the same time. Under the blood moon, this flash of saber light looked as beautiful as a scarlet datura flower. Shaochen suppressed Zhen Yuan's and Yen Songming's auras by himself. Pa! Yen Songming roared ferociously and swung his black whip in a circle in the air. It was like a thunderclap, ear-splitting and ear-splitting. As this whip swept over, it was like a phantom from hell's depths. Zhen Yuan remained expressionless, looking like a demonic Buddha descending to the world as he held the world destroyer in his hand. The dark saber light cut through the world with an irresistible force, containing a boldness that wanted to destroy everything in the world. Even so, the two still retreated before Shaochen's saber light. Shaochen's saber light seemed to surpass the limits of the epic, unrestricted by the world. It was like the horn of an antelope, untraceable. It was also like the blazing sun, its surging energy soaring endlessly. Damn it, what kind of strength is this? This is definitely not the cultivation of a nine-vein sovereign emperor. Even a faux god is only as Yen Songming said with some despair. Even when the two worked together, they were not a match for Xiao Qin. After exchanging a few moves, the two retreated. However, Xiao Qin remained unfathomable. Under the blood moon, every move he made seemed to freeze time. In the eyes of others, Xiao Qin looked magnificent, unrivaled in the past and present. After 100 moves, Zhen Yuan revealed a strange smile as he stretched out his hand and threw a palm strike at the sky. Whoosh! Under the influence of the destruction Great Tao, the boundless night sky slowly turned denser until it hid the blood moon. Let's go! The instant the blood moon vanished, Zhen Yuan grabbed Yen Songming and fled far away. The boundless night sky lasted for only a moment. Before anyone noticed it, the blood moon reappeared. However, when Xiao Qin looked around, he could no longer see Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan. Did they flee? A look of pity flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. It was not that Zhen Yuan had fled. But Xiao Qin clearly felt that Zhen Yuan had not done his best. Xiao Qin had not fought this battle yet, but the other party had already left. This felt somewhat unfair. An unprecedented 10-vein sovereign emperor, the cycle Great Tao, and the flawless saber Tao infused with immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Xiao Qin really wanted to know how strong he was now. Unfortunately, this Zhen Yuan, or rather, the Black Dragon King's seal had not been broken, and his strength was not at its peak. Thus, he did not wish to fight with Xiao Qin. What he displayed was only the strength of the Black Dragon King's demonic will and quintessential essence soul, not the sealed Black Dragon King's main body. At best, it can only be considered a clone. How strong is the Black Dragon King's main body? After Xiao Qin sheathed the tyrant saber and calmed down, he entered deep thought. No wonder Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, a peak expert, had to put in so much effort to lay two startling formations to kill the Black Dragon King. At the mention of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, Xiao Qin recalled the arrangements Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun made before his death. Then he sighed. Now, retribution came. After she learned the truth, he actually worked with the epic masters of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao to kill Xiao Qin in the Divine Dragon Empire. He raised his head and saw a glimmer of light on the horizon. Dawn was about to arrive. A vast sun was about to rise into the sky. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. The desolate sea had a blood moon at night and an incredibly huge, blazing sun during the day, illuminating the desolate sea all year round. The blood moon was a trap laid by Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Who was the one who laid the blazing sun, which was much larger than the sun outside? Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan stood side by side in the distance, still feeling lingering fear. This person is too horrifying. No wonder he did not work with me. He did not need it at all. To think that he managed to merge the life and death Tao so perfectly. That is the cycle Great Tao, one of the ultimate Great Tao. The cycle Great Tao. There's no need to ask about the details. In any case, we already achieved our goal in this trip. Originally, I was worried that he was too weak and would be easily suppressed by Shi. Now, there is a good show to watch, Zhen Yuan said softly, revealing a playful smile. Yen Songming remained silent at the side for a long time. Finally, he could not help asking, if we let him grow, will the Black Dragon King's true body be unsealed and not be able to do anything to him? The moment Yen Songming said that, Zhen Yuan revealed a complicated expression. He sighed. It's useless. The Black Dragon King represents the end, represents destruction. Unless all the epic masters work together, we can barely put up a fight. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. When the Black Dragon King appears, it will be the end of the martial epic. Chapter 2350. The morning sun rose, and the sun rose into the sky. On the horizon, a sun that was much larger than the rest of the world shone with a dazzling brilliance. The sun shone, sweeping away the chill of the desolate sea's night. After Xiao Qin took his leave of Sang, He used the Heavenly Alliance medallion to confirm the information he obtained from Yen Tsangming with Mu Zifeng. It's true. Jianghu already left the Heavenly Alliance and headed for the Divine Dragon Empire. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will abdicate the Dragon Emperor positions 7 days later. At that time, the entire upper echelon of the Bushin Palace will arrive. The other super factions will come as well. What do you think? I hope that you can rush to the Divine Dragon Empire quickly. We absolutely cannot let Qin Ming obtain the Dragon Emperor position. The Heavenly Alliance will support you fully. I understand. Mu Zifeng's illusory figure on the medallion slowly faded. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, thinking about something. He did not tell Mu Zifeng that he obtained the Emperor Dragon Throne and the royal genealogical record. However, it did not matter much whether he told Mu Zifeng. The Heavenly Alliance placed all its bets on Xiao Chen. It would definitely support him unconditionally. If Qin Ming successfully became the Dragon Emperor, it would be a huge blow to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's luck would decrease significantly. As the epoch changed, the previously boundlessly ethereal luck would become even more important. Perhaps an insignificant matter could have a major impact, causing the Heavenly Alliance to lose the competition to start the epoch. Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen sighed and shook his head. Then he carefully put away the Heavenly Alliance medallion. Compared to the Dragon Emperor position, Xiao Chen cared more about the other piece of news that Mu Zifeng told him. The White Dragon bloodline had already confirmed that they would send Lu Ryue to fight for the Dragon Emperor position. The 6-colored divine dragons, including the Heaven Dragon Palace, were all qualified to send disciples to fight for the Dragon Emperor position. However, this fight for the Dragon Emperor position was clearly just a formality. Qin Ming, who obtained the full support of the Bushin Palace, was much stronger than the other opponents. Of course, that was if Xiao Chen did not appear. I'll go to the Golden Crow Empire first. A bright light lit in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not change his original plan because of this sudden incident. In merely 2 days, Xiao Chen crossed the desolate sea and stepped into the Golden Crow Empire's territory. Something's wrong. The instant he stepped into the Golden Crow Empire's territory, Xiao Chen sensed a strange divine essence fluctuation in the air. The divine energy fluctuations were extremely weak. Even a regular sovereign emperor would find it hard to notice if they did not pay close attention. As a 10-vein sovereign emperor, Xiao Chen immediately noticed something wrong. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before he looked up at the capital of the Golden Crow Empire. Opening his heavenly eye, Xiao Chen's vision extended out continuously. Cities, rivers, mountains, grasslands, deserts, all of them flashed past his eyes. We're here. After a while, Xiao Chen's gaze traversed the boundless distance and landed on the majestic capital. But just as he was about to take the next step, however, he realized that his vision was obstructed. There was an invisible force blocking his view, and he immediately felt puzzled. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and tried to sense with his soul power. Once again he was blocked. Be it his soul energy or the heavenly eye, he could not see through the Golden Crow Empire's capital. There were only 2 explanations. The Golden Crow Empire's capital's protective formation had already been activated. Unless a faux god powerhouse worked together to lay the formation, it could not block Xiao Chen's vision. What's going on? No matter which explanation it would be shocking. This meant that a huge change had happened in the Golden Crow Empire's capital. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed in them. There were many possibilities for such a huge change. However, it would be best if it was not what Xiao Chen guessed. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and turned into a flash of lightning, merging into the clouds. Amidst the clouds, lightning flashed and flashed, advancing at an inconceivable speed. About 15 minutes later, electric light fell from a tall mountain peak 50 kilometers away from the Golden Crow Empire's capital. The electric light formed, and the white-clad Xiao Chen firmly landed. The moment Xiao Chen appeared, he discovered the auras of a few sovereign emperors rushing over to where he landed. The security is really tight. I was discovered the moment I appeared, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something big was happening in the capital. 3 figures appeared before Xiaoqin. Without exception, none of them had the Golden Crow bloodline. The leader had white hair and a bright red mark on his forehead, showing that he was a royal member of the White Marsh Beast Empire. The other 2 middle-aged men looked very wild, showing that they were from the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The white-haired old man had a benevolent expression. He revealed a smile as he looked at Xiaoqin. Then he asked softly, "Are you entering the capital?" Xiaoqin felt suspicious in his heart. However, he replied calmly, "I saw that the capital seemed to have activated its protective formation, so I came over to take a look. Your cultivation is rather astonishing. I can sense it even if you are not from the Golden Crow Empire. However, I do not seem to have seen you in the Divine Dragon Empire before." The white-haired old man clearly noticed the dragon race bloodline in Xiaoqin, so he probed. Xiaoqin said indifferently, "He's just a mixed-blood dragon. It's normal that you haven't seen him before." The white-haired old man suddenly understood. That was not strange. The people he dealt with in the Bushan Palace were all divine dragon emperors. However, it was quite surprising. Even though this person's draconic might was restrained, his aura was outstanding and couldn't be concealed. Unexpectedly, such a person was actually a mixed-blood dragon. If you are not the Golden Crow Empire's sovereign emperor, then stay away. Don't be a busybody. The middle-aged man next to him stared at Xiaoqin and said in an unfriendly manner, "Alright, I was just curious." Xiaoqin smiled and turned to leave, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. This person is quite sensible. He should be a mixed-blood dragon who has been wandering outside. He doesn't know about what happened in Bushan Palace. The other middle-aged sovereign emperor said softly. The white-haired old man's smile vanished, replaced by a ferocious expression. There was no trace of the benevolence he had a moment ago, and his gaze was like that of a poisonous snake. The white-haired old man said coldly, "We cannot be careless. We cannot make any mistakes at the crucial moment." Suddenly, the white-haired old man's expression changed drastically. After a pause, he said, "Why do I feel that this white-clad person's aura, appearance, and bloodline are very similar to a certain rumored person?" "Similar to who?" The white-haired old man was about to speak when he sensed a weak killing intent. He shouted, "There is killing intent." Bang. However, it was too late. The 2 great perfection sovereign emperors with only 6 divine veins could not react in time. Xiaoqin, who had quietly circled around, punched them. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. The blue dragon image connected the sky and the ground. A vast dragon might descended together with the fist light, making breathing difficult. Before the 2 6-vein sovereign emperors could turn around, Xiaoqin punched them into bits. They turned into ashes, their souls extinguished. The white-haired old man, who was an 8-vein sovereign emperor, fled far away. When he turned around and saw this scene, he gaped in shock, flabbergasted. What kind of strength is this? He managed to destroy 2 6-vein sovereign emperors with one punch. Although this was partly due to the element of surprise, the might of this punch was too horrifying. Ice Small World. Without much time to think, the white-haired old man instantly activated his 10th-layer Ice Dao domain and formed an ice small world encasing Xiaoqin. However, before the white-haired old man could show his might, a saber light flashed, and the entire small world shattered into countless ice shards. Xiaoqin broke the ice small world with one saber strike. The white-haired old man felt greatly startled, completely at a loss. He opened his hand and grasped a Bushan Palace medallion. A miserable shriek rang out. The white-haired old man did not see the white-clad old man move at all, but the saber light chopped off his right hand, which held the medallion. Xiaoqin reached out and grabbed the medallion. Then, he crushed it into a ball and casually tossed it away. "You are Xiaoqin." The white-haired old man looked at Xiaoqin in horror. Now, he finally recognized Xiaoqin and guessed his identity. "Since you know that it is me, then be more obedient. Don't think of informing the faux god experts. Tell me, what happened in the Golden Crow Empire's capital? If you don't tell me in 3 seconds, don't blame me." Xiaoqin said indifferently without fear as he stood in front of the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man clearly knew that even if he did not say anything, Xiaoqun had other means to obtain an answer from him. The white-haired old man had no choice but to take the initiative to tell the white-haired old man. Otherwise, who knew what kind of torture he would suffer? There's no need to threaten me. The winner takes all. I'm clearer than you on the means of a sovereign emperor. I'll tell you. The Bushin Palace wants the Golden Crow Empire to offer up the Golden Crow Holy Beast as a congratulatory gift to Qin Ming, who will become the Dragon Emperor in 5 days. The Golden Crow Holy Beast will sign a contract and become his divine pet. The white-haired old man sighed softly. You saw the result for yourself. The Golden Crow Empire did not agree, so the Bushin Palace resorted to forceful means. Right now, the Golden Crow Empire's royal clan has already retreated to the Sun Han Divine Temple. However, they will not be able to hold out for long. It is impossible for him to handle the entire Bushin Palace by himself. Xiaoqun did not say anything even after a while. The white-haired old man felt nervous as he probed. It looks like you are tactful. You know that a faux god is holding down the fort and do not dare to act rashly. Since that is the case, why make things difficult for me? I've been missing for too long. If I startle a faux god, it will not be good for you. Whoosh! Xiaoqun casually swung his saber and sheathed his tyrant saber. Before the white-haired old man could finish speaking, his divine seal and physical body were chopped in half. When the white-haired old man turned his head back to look at the capital, he saw Xiaoqun standing upright while holding his saber. Unexpectedly, the result was the one that he did not want to see the most. A clump of golden light struggled endlessly behind him. That was the white-haired old man's soul. However, the soul contained a strand of saber intent. No matter how the white-haired old man struggled, it appeared weak and powerless, unable to change the fate of his soul scattering. From start to end, Xiaoqun did not turn his head to look at the white-haired old man. Chapter 2351. As he looked at the Golden Crow Empire's capital, Xiaoqun showed an unsightly expression. After noticing the strange situation in the capital, Xiaoqun guessed that the Bushin Palace was targeting Little Yellow Feather. Who would have thought that the worst outcome would really be predicted by him? Although a pure-blooded holy beast was still young, it would be a great weapon at this crucial juncture when the epic changed. If Xiaoqun ignored Little Yellow Feather and used a secret technique to catalyze it, overdrawing on its life force in exchange for the strength of an adult golden crow, it would be simply unimaginable. That was simply unimaginable. In a battle against the other sons of epics, they would occupy an enormous advantage. The Golden Crow Empire would definitely have a faux god guarding the capital. Its luck would be second to none among the 8 great empires. However, the Golden Crow Empire would not be able to resist when the other 7 great empires worked together. The faux gods had already worked together to seal the entire capital with a barrier. As a result, Xiaoqun had no idea what was happening inside. Breaking the barrier would not be too difficult for a 10-vein sovereign emperor like Xiaoqun. The difficult part was that it was impossible to break the barrier without alerting a faux god expert. Xiaoqun did not know how strong a faux god was. Xiaoqun could not be sure if he could fight a faux god with his current strength. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqun gave a simple report of the Golden Crow Empire's situation to Mu Zifeng. Don't act rashly for now. I'll get Swearin Ji and the other doyens to help you. With your current strength, it is still not time for you to face a faux god. How long do I need? Half a day is enough. After putting away the Heavenly Alliance medallion, Xiaoqun sat cross-legged on the summit and thought to himself, half a day. Can Ao Jiao really wait half a day? What if the Solar Divine Temple falls in half a day and the Bushin Palace's people want to snatch Little Yellow Feather away? Given Ao Jiao's character, she would definitely fight with her life on the line. No, I can't afford to gamble. Compared to Ao Jiao's safety, Xiaoqun would rather face a faux god himself. He could not let the past repeat itself. Ao Jiao had already died once in the Sky Dome realm when she was helping him with his heart tribulation. Faux god. Let me experience the strength of a faux god. Xiaoqun shouted and grasped his saber hilt. Then he swung his hand, and the tyrant's saber came out of its scabbard again. The flawless saber Dao, which surpassed the epic, materialized thousands of saber lights when driven by the cycle Great Tao. Then, a boundlessly resplendent saber light rose behind Xiaoqin. The dazzling saber light spread out in circles and overlapped with each other. It was as if another sun had risen behind him. In the vast Golden Crow Empire, the hundreds of millions of commoners and cultivators scattered across the empire's territory all witnessed this shocking scene. Suddenly, a blazing sun appeared in the sky. The two suns competed with each other's brilliance, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell which was the real one. However, this phenomenon only lasted for an instant. Just when everyone thought that they were seeing things, a voice suddenly rang out. In a flash, he entered the capital. The four corners of the capital, which seemed to be normal from the start, suddenly changed. Then, a barrier of light suddenly appeared and pressed down, sealing off the entire capital. This made the vast and majestic capital look like a birdcage, firmly locked in. Boom! The blazing sun in the sky smashed into the capital with the momentum of a thunderbolt. In the next moment, the ground trembled. Terrifying shock waves erupted above the capital. The shock waves spread for millions of kilometers. The instant the shock waves shattered the tall mountains under Xiaoqin's feet, Xiaoqin leaped into the air and landed on the majestic city walls of the capital. Xiaoqin broke the barrier reinforced by a faux god with one saber strike. He used an absolutely tyrannical and ferocious saber strike to forcefully break it, not using any tricks at all. Strong winds buffeted Xiaoqin's clothes as he stood on the city wall in his white robes. Xiaoqin looked down at the entire capital. The originally prosperous and flourishing capital had already turned into rubble. Thousands of kilometers of rubble could not be seen. A capital that had existed for a long time was destroyed just like that. It did not get destroyed by Xiaoqin's earlier saber strike. Instead, it got destroyed in the battle before Xiaoqin arrived. Clang! 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 The sounds of fighting rang out endlessly. The intense battle came from the distance. Xiaoqin turned his head to look. His vision peered through the dust and saw two faux god experts fighting on a tall mountain in the city. Below, many sovereign emperors fought each other in an extremely intense battle in a completely intact, empty land. It was the Solar Divine Temple. The faux god experts fought above the Solar Divine Temple. The Bushin Palace's sovereign emperors were below. They had already broken the Solar Divine Temple's formations and charged into the temple to fight the final battle. Xiaoqin could sense countless gazes in the Golden Crow Empire's capital, both in the open and in the dark. Countless gazes looked at Xiaoqin, either filled with doubt or confusion. This humble one is Baiju. Might I ask which faction's faux god you are from? Why are you interfering in the private matters of my Bushin Palace? Just as Xiaoqin sized up the surroundings and prepared to head to the Solar Divine Temple, an old man landed on the city wall in the distance. This old man wore gray robes and had a pale complexion. There was a blood mark on his forehead. This was a faux god expert with the great desolate Ian White Marsh Beast's bloodline. Baiju looked at Xiaoqin, feeling puzzled. He wondered which faction this faux god was. To think that he was so young. However, Baiju only sized up Baiju for a while before feeling even more puzzled. Why does he not look like a faux god? There is no divine nature at all. Then what about the earlier saber strike? Xiaoqin did not answer. He noticed that the other party held a crystalline pagoda radiating silver light in his left hand. As the other party spoke, he silently circulated his divine energy. The barrier that Xiaoqin broke earlier was slowly recovering. It looked like it was going to envelop the Golden Crow Empire's capital again. Xiaoqin felt excited. It looked like this old man was in a rush to seal off the capital again. Xiaoqin thought about the faux god experts fighting in the sky above the Solar Divine Temple. Xiaoqin immediately understood. The silver pagoda in the old man's hand had the effect of isolating the nation's protective formation. The protective formation could draw in the spiritual energy of the entire Golden Crow Empire's capital. If Xiaoqin was suppressed and could only draw in the capital's spiritual energy, the formation would be useless. Xiaoqin looked around. Indeed, in the Solar Divine Temple, the many sovereign emperors that had already charged into the Solar Divine Temple were chased out. The Golden Crow Empire's sovereign emperors fought even more ferociously. Given this, as long as Xiaochen delayed this faux god and prevented him from raising the barrier again, he would not have to worry. There was no need to worry about Ao Jiao and the others in the Solar Divine Temple. When the Heavenly Alliance experts arrived, the Golden Crow Empire would have survived this crisis. Trying to act mysterious, Baiju finally confirmed that Xiaochen was not a faux god. Seeing that Xiaochen still did not answer, he flew into a rage. Baiju waved his hand and threw a palm strike at Xiaochen. Immediately, Xiaochen felt that hand cover the sky, cutting off his connection with the world. The entire world turned pitch black. The world started rejecting him, and unprecedented loneliness surged over. Xiaochen felt startled. What kind of move was this? He had never heard of it before. However, although Xiaochen felt shocked, he did not panic. He was like a saber abandoned at the darkest edge of the world. However, this saber was unprecedented. Even if the world abandoned it, its light would not be shrouded by darkness. Even if the world abandoned it, its light would not be shrouded by darkness. Whoosh! Xiaochen sent out a saber light. The instant the saber light flickered, the dark world regained its color. Then, the Golden Crow Empire's capital reappeared bit by bit. Xiaochen had returned. Crack! Xiaochen chopped the gigantic palm descending from the sky in half. However, the huge impact still knocked Xiaochen into the air, shaking his blood vessels and shattering his internal organs. The divine seal in Xiaochen's soul pool was like a candle flame in the wind, flickering like it would be extinguished at any moment. How terrifying! Even though Xiaochen blocked the killing move of a faux god, the shock waves were still fatal. When a faux god ignited their divine flame, a casual strike of theirs would be supported by the faux god flame. While severely injuring the physical body, it would also attack the divine seal. If Xiaochen was not careful, he would turn to ashes. Xiaochen circulated the cycle Great Tao, using the cycle of life and death to continuously negate the shock waves. By the time Xiaochen landed, the swaying divine seal in his soul pool had already stabilized and slowly burned. You truly live up to being a faux god expert. This Xiao has experienced it firsthand. Xiaochen said sincerely as he looked at Baiju. A faux god expert was indeed incredible. If it were any other nine-vein sovereign emperor, Baiju's palm strike would have been sufficient to turn that nine-vein sovereign emperor into ashes. Even Xiaochen felt somewhat lucky. When isolated, Xiaochen did not panic or feel anxious. He did not hesitate to draw his saber. Otherwise, if he delayed for even a moment, the consequences would be dire. This Xiao? A brilliant light flashed in Baiju's eyes. After some thought, he said, "You are the epic successor that the Heavenly Alliance nurtured, Xiaochen." "That is me." Haha. Baiju could not hide the wild joy on his face as he guffawed. "I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. You are really bold to dare to face a faux god expert alone. If I kill you, I can forget about my divine beast." Chapter 2352. Baiju, who unexpectedly discovered Xiaochen's identity, rejoiced. Unexpectedly, such a good thing delivered itself to him. Right now, Xiaochen was the Bushan Palace's greatest enemy. Between Baiju and the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming, only one could truly become the Dragon Emperor. If Xiaochen killed Baiju, Qin Ming would inherit his luck. The Bushan Palace's chances of starting a new epoch would increase significantly. In the end, Baiju came to the Golden Crow Empire to hunt Little Yellow Feather to increase Qin Ming's luck and strength, increasing his chances of starting a new epoch. However, the effect was far from being as fast as killing Xiaochen. Die! Baiju attacked again, still using only one hand. He held the silver pagoda in his left hand, wanting to prop up the formations sealing the capital again. The world sank into darkness again. When Xiaochen looked around, everything he saw and felt was pitch black. The city walls, the capital, the land, the mountains, the sky, the white clouds, everything that Xiaochen saw vanished. It was like he was isolated in another world, not tolerated by the world. There was no place for him in this vast world. The sense of isolation in Xiaochen's heart surged even more ferociously than the first time. Again? This time, Xiaochen did not feel surprised when Baiju used the same trick, forcing him into this strange space again. Xiao Chen raised his hand and swung his tyrant saber again. All sorts of colors immediately appeared in this world. Xiao Chen's sealed senses and vision recovered. The sense of isolation from the world no longer existed. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen looked up, an ancient finger descended from the sky. The finger descended like it was trying to kill an ant. Xiao Chen felt a vast and boundless pressure. After experiencing it once, Xiao Chen was no longer as nervous as he was the first time, so he dodged in advance. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure turned into a lightning bolt, and a resplendent saber light descended. My divine pressure, how can you dodge it? Bai Ju felt shocked. To think that Xiao Chen dodged this attack. This was simply unimaginable. No sovereign emperor had ever been able to dodge a foe god's attack. After lighting up the foe god flame, one would be able to understand the nature of the world. Within a certain range, one would be like the creator of the world. It could perfectly merge with the world and release divine pressure, sealing off a sovereign emperor's senses and making the world reject the other party. If one were to advance further and become a true god, this space would be comparable to the divine kingdom. However, there were no true gods now. There were only foe gods, and they could no longer materialize the divine kingdom. Even so, the divine pressure of a foe god expert was unfathomable to a sovereign emperor. With the six senses sealed, there was no way to avoid a foe god's killing move when one's soul energy, vision, hearing, smell, and touch were all rendered useless. But now, this iron rule had been broken twice by Xiao Chen. You overestimate yourself. After the shock, Bai Ju calmed down. After all, Bai Ju was a void god realm expert. With a raise of his hand, he neutralized Xiao Chen's saber strike, which could kill a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Then he used 2 fingers to clamp down on the saber. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, immediately felt his saber completely restrained, unable to advance or retreat. Bai Ju smiled coldly and said, "You really startle me. To think that you can dodge my killing move from my divine pressure. Unfortunately, you do not know how horrifying a foe god is." Ding. A flame appeared in Bai Ju's eyes, and a vast divine might erupted from his body as he flicked his finger. The tyrant's saber immediately trembled endlessly. The force traveled along the saber, sending Xiao Chen flying back like a cannonball. Clang. Xiao Chen, who knelt on one knee, stabbed the tyrant's saber into the ground and stabilized his body. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, but his eyes remained calm, not showing any fluctuations. Bai Ju felt startled. His earlier attack looked casual. In reality, he had already used 50% of his strength. However, the other party was not severely injured. Bai Ju's expression was as calm as still water, and his eyes were deep like the starry sea. It was like he was evaluating his own strength. Could he be testing out how strong a foe god is? Damn it! Shouldn't he be scared out of his wits when he sees a foe god? Bai Ju seemed to feel that his pride as a foe god was being mocked. Rage surged in his heart, and he attacked again. This time, Bai Ju pressed forward, and a vast and boundless divine might pressed down like an avalanche. Then he threw a palm strike at lightning speed, a palm strike that could shatter stars. Before Bai Ju arrived, a sonic boom already rang out in the air. The sound was ear-splitting like thunder, scattering the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around and revealing the boundless starry heavens dotted with stars. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not clashing head-on with Bai Ju, dodging for now. Xiao Chen's primary goal was to delay the other party and reseal the capital. His secondary goal was to verify how strong a foe god was, to see if he could defeat a foe god. The two immediately fought on the ancient city walls of the capital that had stood for tens of thousands of years. The intensity of the battle was no weaker than the fight between the two foe gods above the solar divine temple. "Your Highness the Divine Daughter, it is Xiao Chen." Hao Kai, who was responsible for protecting Ao Jiao in the distant solar divine temple, finally recognized Xiao Chen. Earlier, Hao Kai saw someone break the seal with one saber strike. Hao Kai also thought that it was a foe god senior helping. After observing for a long time, he was shocked to discover that it was not a foe god. It was not a foe god. It was Xiao Chen. What is he doing here? That idiot! Why is he fighting a faux god? Compared to Hao Kai's excited expression, Ao Jiao showed a worried expression, continuously grumbling. In her anxiety, she did not even realize that she had called Xiao Chen an idiot again. Hao Kai asked, "Divine Daughter, should we go and help?" Right now, the nation's protective formation is fully operational. That group of people from Bushan Palace can no longer charge in. Ao Jiao rejected with a calm expression. Don't give him trouble. He took the risk to fight a faux god so that the nation's protective formation could operate perfectly. If we go and help, wouldn't we be wasting his efforts? Furthermore, if they got captured, it would be equivalent to harming Xiao Chen. Hao Kai asked, "What should we do then?" Ao Jiao sighed softly. He probably does not know that we still have a backup plan and can leave. This idiot, he always likes to do things his own way. However, since he made a move, he definitely has a way to protect himself. 4 hours passed quickly after the intense battle on the city walls. Bai Ju launched a frenzied attack against Xiao Chen. Aside from the silver pagoda in his left hand, he used nearly everything else he had. However, despite the other terrifying attacks, Xiao Chen did not suffer any severe injuries, aside from being in a sorry state. He was like a lone boat drifting in the wind and rain. The strong wind and heavy rain battered him, but he did not capsize. It looks like faux gods are only so. Xiao Chen said coldly as he held up his saber and looked at the furious Bai Ju, who could not do anything about it. When Bai Ju heard that, he smiled instead of getting angry. Is that so? In front of me, you don't even have the ability to retaliate. You can only retaliate a few times. Occasionally, you can't even injure a strand of my hair, yet you dare to mock faux gods as so? Indeed. Even a fatal attack against a 9-vein sovereign emperor would not be able to injure you. Without igniting the divine flame, no matter how strong my killing moves are, they would not be able to injure you. However, I do not only have these ordinary killing moves. Is that so? In that case, why don't you make a move and show me? Bai Ju narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling coldly in his heart. He liked the arrogant Xiao Chen. Only Bai Ju knew how strong a faux god was. The more Xiao Chen underestimated him, the happier Bai Ju was. The more arrogant Xiao Chen was, the easier it was for him to reveal openings. Bai Ju's repeated attacks failed to severely injure Xiao Chen, which made him look forward to Xiao Chen revealing openings in his arrogance. As you wish. The immortal vein formed by Immortal Burial Lake among Xiao Chen's 10 divine veins stirred. An ethereal, fairy-like air appeared on Xiao Chen's body. The vast soul energy sea in Xiao Chen's soul pool surged with strong waves. The divine lightning talisman formed by the immortal epic's 10,000 tribulation divine lightning broke out of the sea. Once upon a time, the divine lightning talisman could injure a great perfection sovereign emperor with just the tip of the iceberg. Now, Xiao Chen looked forward to seeing what kind of strength this divine lightning talisman could erupt with when it was completely brought out. This is, the expression of Bai Ju, who was waiting for Xiao Chen to reveal an opening, changed slightly. He sensed something strange. By the time Bai Ju sensed something wrong and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The divine lightning talisman came out of Xiao Chen's forehead. With a flash of light, it struck Bai Ju. The instant the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. Before the divine lightning talisman could take effect, Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer and used the Cycle Great Tao to execute the 3-life flower. The past, the future, and the present. 3 blue lotus flowers, 3 figures, and 3 saber lights pierced through Bai Ju, who was severely injured by the divine lightning talisman. However, this was not enough. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and roared, "Flowers bloom and flowers die, the cycle never ends." Previously, when Xiao Chen only grasped the state of cycle, he could execute 3 saber strikes with the 3-life flower. However, now he grasped the Cycle Great Tao. There were more than 3 saber strikes for the past, the future, and the present. Flowers bloomed and withered, and killing intent filled the air, filling the entire world with a somber and cold killing intent. 1,000 lotus flowers bloomed around Bai Ju at the same time. 1,000 Heavenly Slayer sabers containing the Heavenly Tao's killing intent pierced through his body at the same time. Today, Xiaochen wanted to kill a god. Chapter 2353. Flowers bloom and die, reincarnation never ends. Xiaochen first used the Thunder Divine Talisman to severely injure him. Then, he used the Cycle Great Tao to activate the 3-life flower and sent out 3 saber strikes. 1 saber strike each pierced through Baiju. However, this was still not enough. If he wanted to slay a deity, he had to go all out without holding anything back. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he pushed the Cycle Great Tao and his Saber Tao to their limits. Xiaochen's divine energy and soul energy were instantly drained. After he finished executing the move, he was already exhausted. If he failed to kill Baiju, as long as Baiju was still breathing, he could easily crush him to death. Thousands of lotuses gradually overlapped with each other. Wisps of space-time ripples appeared around Baiju's body like water ripples. Shio. When the 2 figures completely overlapped, Baiju coughed out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief. In his world, only a second had passed. He only felt that Xiaochen had swung his saber. He simply could not understand how his physical body could be struck by more than 1,000 sabers in an instant. The scariest thing was that every saber strike was lethal. Every saber strike contained a flawless saber intent that surpassed the epic and the inextinguishable power of the cycle of seasons, continuously attacking Xiaochen's foe god flame. If he had not been careless and allowed the Thunderbolt Divine Talisman to be heavily injured, he would still have had strength to spare even if he had been pierced by 1,000 blades. However, at this moment, the resplendent golden foe god flame in Xiaochen's soul pool was riddled with holes. Wave after wave of saber intent infused with the power of cycles surged at the dimmed foe god flame. No matter how he struggled, he could not salvage the situation. He could only watch as his foe god flame slowly weakened and slowly extinguished. "I will kill you." Baiju's eyes were filled with despair. He roared and ran toward the exhausted Xiaochen. At this moment he only had one thought, and that was to drag Xiaochen down with him before he died. It was like the final radiance of a setting sun, and its divine might was vast and mighty as if it had returned to its peak. Xiaochen's expression was relaxed as he looked at the other party indifferently. Boom! Baiju barely managed to take a step before his body exploded with a loud bang. A brilliant flame soared into the sky. The light from the flames shone in all directions, emitting a light even more dazzling than the sun. However, although this light was resplendent, it gave off the feeling of a hero past his prime and a beauty with white hair. A sorrow that even the heavens could not suppress filled the world and permeated everyone's hearts. This made the 2 sides fighting in Sun God Temple in the sky above and on the ground below all stare blankly, stopping their movements. This is, a foe god has fallen. What? Right after the 2 foe god realm experts spoke, the resplendent flame appeared. It turned into a blood-red color and exploded with a loud bang. Along with the dusky sky, a blood moon descended. How is this possible? The Martial God Palace's foe god expert showed a numb and sluggish expression. Although in this era, it was impossible to become a true god. However, as long as one ignited the divine flame and became a foe god expert, they would not suffer from disease or calamity. It was impossible for a foe god to die. Even if they encountered great trouble, foe gods would be able to protect themselves. But today, a virtual god had actually been killed. The Sun God Temple foe god realm expert looked at Xiaochen, who was on the city wall. Shock filled his eyes. Clearly, he was startled as well. Whoosh, whoosh. On the city wall, Xiaochen had just collected Baiju's silver pagoda when 2 figures descended before him. The newcomers were the 2 foe god realm experts of the Heavenly Alliance, Swearen Ji, and the previous alliance chief, Hua Tianyang. You killed this person? Although Swearen Ji did his best to suppress the fluctuations in his heart, he could not hide the shock on his face. Xiaochen nodded. It was a fluke. If not for his carelessness, I would not have killed him. He was speaking the truth. If the other party had not received the divine lightning talisman head-on, he would have died. If the other party had not taken the divine lightning talisman head-on, even if Xiaochen executed blooming flower destruction and endless cycle, he would not have been confident of killing the other party. Or rather, if the divine lightning talisman had not severely injured the other party, Xiao Chen would not have risked everything and forced himself into a desperate situation. In any case, an opportunity presented itself to Xiao Chen. Then, he took the risk and succeeded in killing a true god. Hua Tianyang sighed softly. As he looked at the blood rain falling from the sky, he said in frustration, "Even a faux god fell. This era is really coming to an end." Xueren Ji and Hua Tianyang exchanged glances. Although they were not the ones who died, the two felt desolate and sorrowful. The era that belonged to them would eventually come to an end when the martial epic's luck ran out. Even as faux gods, they would not be able to avoid death. God conferring pagoda? Hua Tianyang did his best to perk up. When he saw the silver pagoda in Xiao Chen's hand, he revealed a shocked expression. Xiao Chen stepped forward and handed the silver pagoda to the other party for him to observe. It really is the god-conferring pagoda. After fiddling with it for a while, Hua Tianyang smiled and said, "This is a rare ceiling-type soul treasure. It can be considered one of Bushin Palace's trump cards." There were offensive soul treasures, like the Heavenly Slayer saber in Xiao Chen's hand. There were also defensive soul treasures, like the alloy dragon armor Hua Tianyang wore. There were also offensive and defensive soul treasures, like Xi's blood dragon cloak. However, ceiling-type soul treasures were very rare, extremely rare. Xueren Ji glanced at the Bushin Palace faux god who had already fled. After some thought, he said, "With this god-conferring pagoda, we can give it a try and see if we can't keep him here." Hua Tianyang handed the god-conferring pagoda to the other party and nodded. "Try to keep him here." Whoosh! After receiving the god-conferring pagoda, Xueren Ji turned into a beam of black light and gave chase in the blink of an eye. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. What is the origin of this god-conferring pagoda? To think that Senior Xueren Ji is confident of using this pagoda to seal a faux god? Hua Tianyang thought for a while before replying, "It can't really be considered an origin. However, in Xueren Ji's hands, it can indeed bring out greater might. We can give it a try." As Hua Tianyang spoke, a few figures flew over. They were Ao Jiao, Hao Kai, and the Solar Divine Temple faux god. Hua Tianyang recognized that faux god and introduced him to Xiao Chen. This is the Solar Divine Temple's high priest. He can be considered a veteran faux god. Many thanks to Alliance Chief Hua and little brother Xiao Chen for saving my Golden Crow Empire's calamity. After the high priest stepped forward, he immediately bowed to express his gratitude. He even gave Xiao Chen a few more glances. Clearly, the high priest had already learned of Xiao Chen's identity from Ao Jiao. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Chen sent a voice projection to Hua Tianyang, "Senior Hua, go ahead and discuss proper matters with the high priest first." Hua Tianyang glanced at Ao Jiao and entered deep thought. Then he smiled faintly and said, "High priest, now that the Golden Crow Empire has thoroughly offended the Bushin Palace, my Heavenly Alliance is willing to protect the Golden Crow Empire with just one word from the High Priest." The High Priest hesitated somewhat. If he agreed, it would be equivalent to the Golden Crow Empire joining the Heavenly Alliance. Hua Tianyang smiled and said, "High Priest, is it convenient for us to communicate in private?" "Sure." After the High Priest left, Ao Jiao relaxed visibly. Then she chided, "You idiot, you scared me to death earlier. How could you face a faux god alone?" Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He smiled but did not reply. "You are still smiling? I will hit you." Seeing that Xiao Chen only knew how to smile without replying, Ao Jiao pretended to be angry as she stretched out her hand to slap him. Who knew? Xiao Chen did not dodge. Ao Jiao just stretched out her hand and touched Xiao Chen's face. The atmosphere immediately turned somewhat strange. Hao Kai showed an awkward expression as he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Your Highness the Divine Daughter, I'll return first to deal with the follow-up matters of the Divine Temple." Ao Jiao pinched Xiao Chen's cheek, blushing slightly. Then she turned her head to the side and said, "Just this once." "Got it." Xiao Chen stretched out his hands and gently pinched Ao Jiao's cheeks as he smiled faintly. Clearly, Ao Jiao was caught off guard by Xiao Chen's sudden attack. her heart thumped wildly, and she asked only after a while, "Why? Why are you here in the Golden Crow Empire?" "I came to see you. However, I happened to run into this matter. Where's little yellow feather? Why don't I see it?" Xiao Chen appeared very natural. Back when he saw Shi Wangmu turn to dust, he had figured out many things. Treasure the people who love you and don't make them cry. At the mention of little yellow feather, Ao Jiao's expression recovered to normal. She said angrily, "Those people from the Bushan Palace are too much of a bastard. To think that they want to capture little yellow feather and make it Qin Ming's divine pet. Little yellow feather is currently absorbing the ancestors' inheritance in the solar divine pool. When it comes out, I will definitely go with it to meet that dragon god crown prince. Coincidentally, I want to go as well. Let's meet up in the Divine Dragon Empire 5 days later." When Ao Jiao heard that, her expression changed slightly. She knew that Xiao Chen would definitely go to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, based on Xiao Chen's words, it seemed like he still had something to do and did not intend to go with her. "You still have something to do?" Xiao Chen nodded. After some thought, he said, "With the Heavenly Alliance's protection, the Bushan Palace will not dare to seek trouble for the Golden Crow Empire. At that time, you can go with the seniors of the Golden Crow Empire. I will meet up with you on time." A reluctance to part appeared in Ao Jiao's heart. However, she understood Xiao Chen the best. She knew that he would not change his mind once he made up his mind. "Be careful. I'll wait for you," Ao Jiao said with a grave expression. "I'll be fine." Xiao Chen thought for a while. Now that he could even kill foe gods, going to the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison to rescue the previous generation Heaven Dragon should not be a problem. Chapter 2354. The Starry Heavens Dragon Prison locked up all the Divine Dragon Empire's sovereign personage and above criminals. It was deployed in the vast and boundless Starry Heavens. The vast Starry Sea was vast. The Starry Heavens Dragon Prison was like a beacon in the boundless Starry Heavens. Searching blindly was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Chen once went there with the Heaven Dragon Palace's second palace master and had some impression of it. Even so, it took 3 days for Xiao Chen to find the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison. The vast Starry Heavens were boundless and boundless. Xiao Chen stood on an asteroid the size of a city. When he looked around, he saw hundreds of thousands of asteroids of various sizes forming a vast and vast formation. In the depths, it was like standing in the middle of a boundless ocean, vast and boundless. Using the stars as the stones and the starry heavens as the foundation to lay this horrifying formation. As Xiao Chen stood at the edge, he could clearly feel the vast and peerless pressure. When looking into the distance, he was horrified to discover dense essence and killing intent gathering at the center of the formation in the asteroid belt. Countless negative emotions and resentment intertwined and condensed into a terrifying human face. Thousands of faces struggled and twisted under the skin of the human face. Xiao Chen recalled the first time he saw this. At that time, his cultivation was too low, so he did not dare to look at it. Now that he looked at it again, it was less shocking, but that was all. Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping came from the depths of the asteroid belt. Every time a drop landed, it made one's heart tremble and soul tremble. Xiao Chen knew that this was the Heaven Dragon's heart blood continuously dripping. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chen recalled the steps that the second palace master once took. With his current strength, he could definitely kill his way in without any fear. However, he was going to save someone, not to flaunt his strength. It would be pointless if he startled the Heaven Dragon and caused the Heaven Dragon's death. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and gently leaped up, landing on an asteroid. The formation formed by thousands of asteroids immediately spun continuously, moving the might of the world. Even a sovereign emperor would have to be careful and not be careless. With a relaxed expression, Xiao Chen followed the second palace master's footsteps in his memory and went deeper. The magnificent meteor formation revolved slowly without any ripples. After a while, Xiao Chen was not far from the core of the formation. At the center of the formation, the distorted human face formed by endless killing intent, resentment, anger, and hatred grew clearer and clearer. It's still the same. Xiao Chen sighed softly. The starry sky dragon penitentiary had not changed much since his last visit. His gaze pierced through the layers of fog. Under the distorted human face was a black dragon city that shone with a metallic luster. Draconic Prison City. He had finally arrived. Shao Chen spread out his soul power and sensed the experts in the city. He was extremely cautious. In the center of Dragon City, on an altar, there was a pillar of heaven dragon that was as beautiful as fresh blood. On top of the dragon pillar, there was a long sword that exuded a chilly aura. This sword has an impressive background. Previously, Shao Chen had not noticed it. Now, he could tell that this sword had many tricks up its sleeves. This sword stabbed into the heaven dragon pillar should be no weaker than the golden dragon race's emperor dragon sword. Shao Chen ignored this sword for now. Chains flickering with a dark light bound a petrified cultivator under the heaven dragon pillar. Even though that cultivator was petrified, his eyes still sparkled with vigor, filled with spirituality. The petrified cultivator was the previous generation heaven dragon, Jianghu's father. A fierce divine flame burned on the altar, making the heaven dragon pillar as hot as molten lava all year round. There was a sword wound on the petrified cultivator's chest. His heart blood dripped down continuously. The dragon pillar, which should have been fiery red, looked as beautiful as fresh blood after being watered with the heart blood. Even though Shao Chen had seen it once before, he still felt shocked when he saw it again. What a cruel method. The purple gold dragon emperor was truly deranged. However, what impressed Shao Chen even more was the special aura of the previous generation heaven dragon. That was a boldness that encompassed the entire dragon city. The dragon prison filled with sin and negative emotions could not make him sink into depravity. Shao Chen clearly suffered, but he did not show any rage or helplessness. After concealing his aura, Shao Chen perfectly merged into the dark space. Then he leaped off the meteor. Without startling anyone in the dragon city, Shao Chen silently landed on the altar without anyone noticing. Whoosh! Shao Chen felt the flame on the altar at close range. A surging heat wave surged over like a surging sea of fire. The surging dragon might contained within the flame surged over. What a fellow! Not only did this flame have a startling heat wave, but it could also invade a cultivator's soul. Shao Chen gently waved his sleeves and casually scattered the surging heat wave. Then he stabilized himself. Blue Dragon's descendant, we meet again. The previous generation heaven dragon's hoarse voice rang out in Shao Chen's mind. Clearly he was still alive. I'm here to save you. I already went to the blue dragon's old land and obtained the blue dragon's inheritance. I still have some questions that I want to ask you. While speaking to the previous generation heaven dragon, Shao Chen sized up the heaven dragon pillar and the surrounding seal. Shao Chen thought about how to break the seal and rescue Jianghu. There is an old monster here, a nine-vein sovereign emperor. He is even more horrifying than a faux god. Leave quickly. No matter how strong you are not a match for him in this starry heaven's dragon prison. Unexpectedly, the previous generation heaven dragon directly told Shao Chen to leave quickly. What a strange aura, both familiar and strange. Just as Shao Chen was about to speak, a black-clad old man suddenly appeared at the top of the heaven dragon pillar, where the black sword was stabbed. Suddenly, a black-robed old man appeared and muttered to himself. His voice was old and hoarse, like an ancient hourglass that was slowly flowing. Just as Shao Chen was about to move, an overwhelming killing intent assaulted his entire body, sending a chill through him. An unprecedented danger, a killing intent that he had not felt even when facing Baiju, enveloped Shao Chen. Retreat. Shao Chen immediately made up his mind to retreat 500,000 kilometers away, leaving the Dragon City and landing in an asteroid belt. As the asteroid circled the Dragon City, Shao Chen looked at the black-clad old man. Nearly the instant Shao Chen landed on the asteroid and looked up, the black-clad old man drew the black sword stabbed into the dragon pillar. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad old man arrived before Shao Chen. Then, he did not hesitate to pierce Shao Chen's heart. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a vast and boundless sword intent charged over at incredible speed. Ding. Shao Chen did not even have time to think. He instantly drew Heavenly Slayer and blocked the sword. The saber and sword clashed, producing a loud sound. The horrifying impact knocked Xiaochen back 50 kilometers. How strong? As Xiaochen looked at the black-clad old man, he felt greatly startled. This black-clad old man was very strong, but the sword in his hand was even stronger. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he was somewhat surprised to discover that this old man's eyes were empty. He was completely blind. Bang! The blind old man's wrist, which held the sword, shook gently, and an endless stream of black sword light swept out. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. He brought out his flawless saber Dao to its limits. He used the Mahmia abstinence violation saber technique to clash with the other party, sending out many sword lights. This person before Xiaochen was supported by a formation in this asteroid belt. Furthermore, that black sword contained an incredibly heavy, destructive sword intent. The pressure that it gave Xiaochen surpassed that of Baiju's earlier pressure. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged 100 moves. Xiaochen relied on the cycle Great Dao and the recovery ability of life and death to block the other party's attacks. Timing, geography, and people worked together. This created an unparalleled advantage for the blind old man. Coupled with the other party's experienced mental state, Xiaochen could not find any openings. On the other hand, Xiaochen revealed some openings several times amid the other party's surging attacks. Xiaochen did not know whether the other party was overly suspicious or did not want to take risks, but he did not grasp these openings. While Xiaochen felt lucky, he also felt some doubt. Go. I should not be a match for you outside. However, you are not a match for me in this starry heaven's dragon prison. A hoarse voice rang out. After the blind old man gained the upper hand, he tried to dissuade the other party. Sorry, since I'm already here, I do not intend to return empty-handed. A flash of electric light came from Xiaochen's forehead, illuminating the eternally dark starry heaven's dragon prison. The divine lightning talisman appeared before the blind old man at a horrifying speed. The blind old man's expression changed slightly. He slowly raised his left hand, and the hundreds of thousands of meteors under his feet continuously gathered in his hand. As the meteors entered, the flow of time in front of him seemed to slow down. The explosive speed of the divine lightning talisman actually slowed down. Boom! When the divine lightning talisman finally arrived before the blind old man, a star chart made up of hundreds of thousands of meteors blocked the blind old man's path. In an instant, this star chart shattered. However, the divine lightning talisman's might also decreased significantly, allowing the blind old man to block it with his sword. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Given this, even if he executed flower blooming and flower extinguishing without stopping, he would not be able to kill the other party. Lord Dragon Sovereign, he is the blue dragon's descendant. He is Xiaochen, the Xiaochen that I once told you about. Just at this moment, a figure weaved through the shock waves generated by the two's exchange with great difficulty. This person rushed over with all his might, showing an anxious expression as he shouted at the blind old man. Xiaochen looked around. When he saw that it was the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, he was immediately shocked. The first palace master addressed this person as Lord Dragon Sovereign. Could this blind old man be the Shadow Dragon Sovereign? No wonder this aura feels both familiar and strange. Blind old man greets Lord Blue Dragon King. When the black-clad old man heard the first palace master's words, his attitude changed drastically. He knelt down with his sword in hand and slammed it down heavily. Chapter 23:55. Withdraw. The blind old man's sudden change in attitude startled Xiaochen. Then, he quickly withdrew the divine lightning talisman into his forehead. Xiaochen flew forward and helped the blind old man up. The battle between the two rivaled that of foe gods, producing shock waves and lingering mysterious phenomena. Even sovereign emperors had to tread carefully, like they were treading on thin ice. The first palace master put in a lot of effort before arriving beside the two. He first bowed to the blind old man before looking at Xiaochen with an extremely complicated expression. First palace master, receive Xiaochen's bow. When Xiaochen saw the first palace master again, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Without much thought, Xiaochen directly knelt on the asteroid fragment and kowtowed heavily. It was hard to imagine how much danger the first palace master had taken back then. Shao Chun dared to save him from the hands of Ancestor Dragon City's people while he could have died at any moment. There was no way Shao Chun could repay such kindness. Waves appeared in the blind old man's heart. Clearly, he was shocked by Shao Chun's actions. Despite Shao Chun's age and current strength, he did not put on any pretense before his benefactor. I can't accept this. I can't. The first palace master was startled as well. He quickly helped Shao Chun up and smiled. There is no need to be so polite. I've been living quite well over the years. Shao Chun stood up. However, he had thought things through. Back in the Heaven Dragon Palace, the first palace master had taken good care of Shao Chun. The first palace master took good care of the first palace master. He could be said to be half a master, forever a senior. Even if the first palace master had not risked his life to save Shao Chun in Divine Dragon City, he should have maintained a respectful heart. Later, Shao Chun heard from the third palace master that he had been locked up for 100 years. Unexpectedly, he was locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, a place akin to hell on earth. If the first palace master had known, he would have risked his life to save Shao Chun long ago. Now that Shao Chun thought about it, the third palace master must have known about Shao Chun's temper. The third palace master did not dare to tell Shao Chun the truth so that Shao Chun would feel less guilty and cultivate in peace. The first palace master smiled and said, Lord Dragon Sovereign took care of me in the starry heavenly dragon prison, so I did not suffer much. Shao Chun, let me introduce you. This is the Divine Dragon Empire's Shadow Dragon Sovereign. After something happened to you, the Blood Dragon Guards secretly escorted you out of the Divine Dragon Empire. This was Lord Dragon Sovereign's order. Thank you, Senior, for helping me back then. The blind old man waved his hand and said, Blue Dragon King, you are being too polite. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor created our Blood Dragon Guards. From the moment it was established, it obeyed only the Blue Dragon bloodline. After the Blue Dragon bloodline was destroyed, it became loyal only to the Divine Dragon Empire. I will not respect the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor and wait for the Blue Dragon's descendant to appear. Now that the Blue Dragon King has appeared, I know your orders. Shao Chun came to a sudden realization. So that was how it was. It was similar to what he had thought back then. The Blood Dragon Guards were indeed the backup that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind, a secret force that helped the Blue Dragon bloodline rise. Lord Dragon Sovereign, what do you mean by the Blue Dragon King? The first palace master listened very carefully. From the start to the end, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign addressed Shao Chun as the Blue Dragon King. The blind old man nodded and said, Milord has the royal bloodline of the Blue Dragon bloodline. It is the royal Blue Dragon bloodline acknowledged by the ancient dragon god for a long time. If I guessed right, Lord Blue Dragon King must have obtained the royal genealogical record and added his true name in it. The first palace master asked excitedly, Shao Chun, is this true? Shao Chun nodded and said, Senior Dragon Sovereign is right. I have indeed obtained the royal genealogical record. After I save the Heaven Dragon, I will be going to the Divine Dragon Empire. At the same time, Shao Chun gave a detailed explanation of the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's plot to abdicate the throne to Qin Ming. The Bushin Palace has always been the Holy Lord's pawn, and this Purple Gold Dragon Emperor has always been the Holy Lord's lackey. In the past, everyone held back because they were not a match for him, unable to resist the Bushin Palace. Now that Lord Blue Dragon King has brought the royal genealogical record, my Blood Dragon Guards will definitely do our best to protect him. The blind old man snorted coldly. Clearly, he had long been dissatisfied with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. From the blind old man's words, it was clear that the Blue Dragon bloodline was no longer around. He was only loyal to the Divine Dragon Empire and never truly trusted the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Shao Chun rejoiced in his heart. With the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's help and the First Palace Master's rallying power among the mixed blood dragons, he would not have to worry about anything on this trip. With Wang Zhe's genealogical record and the Heavenly Alliance's support, he would not have to worry about anything on this trip. Lord Dragon Sovereign, what is the origin of the sword in your hand? Shao Chun could not help asking as he glanced at the black sword. The blind old man explained, This is the Black Dragon King's sword, the god-killing sword. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor bestowed it to the Blood Dragon Guards and passed it down to me. I can only bring out less than 1% of its might. If I unleashed all of its power, even I would be devoured. Less than 1% of its might was already so horrifying. It turned out that it was the Black Dragon King's god-killing sword. After a pause, the blind old man continued, "However, the saber in your hand has a great origin as well. I feel that you have not brought out the full might of this saber either." Shao Chun felt startled. Although this Lord Dragon Sovereign was blind, he was not blind. Although this Lord Dragon Sovereign was blind, his ability to see through everything was hundreds or even thousands of times more powerful than that of some people with good eyesight. The true might of Heavenly Slayer could only be brought out when it perfectly merged with the Heavenly Dao killing formation. "Senior, can you let out Senior Heaven Dragon?" After chatting idly, Shao Chun got to the point. Most of the people locked up here are dragon race traders or people who committed heinous crimes. However, the previous generation Heaven Dragon is not one of them. Naturally, this old man will obey the Blue Dragon King's orders. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two followed the blind old man. With a few flashes, they arrived at the Dragon City and stood before the Heaven Dragon Pillar. The blind old man ferociously swung the god-killing sword in his hand, sweeping away the divine flame on the altar. Ding, ding, ding. A few more sword lights flashed. Ding, ding, ding. The chains binding the Heaven Dragon all shattered. I can undo these seals. However, I cannot remove the curse that the purple gold Dragon Emperor left on the Heaven Dragon's physical body. The so-called curse should be the petrified physical body of the Heaven Dragon. Let me take a look. Shao Chun arrived beside the Heaven Dragon and reached into the Heaven Dragon's body. Then he frowned slightly. The previous generation Heaven Dragon sighed. It should be very difficult to deal with, right? This is a curse secret technique that the Holy Lord taught him. It is activated with a soul treasure. Back then, if not for this curse, how could the purple gold Dragon Emperor defeat me? After withdrawing his hand, Shao Chun did not rush to return. After some thought, he asked, "Back then, why did you fight with the purple gold Dragon Emperor?" "I don't believe it was for the Dragon Emperor position." The blind old man replied. He went to the Blue Dragon's old land and learned that the Golden Dragon bloodline is just the Holy Lord's lackey. In his impulse, he wanted to change the situation by himself. The first palace master sighed softly. "Back then, I advised him to endure and not do anything. There is no need to mention the past." "Thank you." The Heaven Dragon smiled faintly, not regretting his hot-bloodedness back then, which resulted in decades of torture. "Have you thought about Jianghu?" Shao Chun suddenly said. "After you left, he must have suffered a great grievance. When he was unconscious in the ethereal Immortal Palace, he kept calling out your name, continuously asking why you did not tell him. I feel that he should not mind the grievance and pain he suffered all these years. He only minded his father not telling him." Jianghu. At the mention of Jianghu, the previous generation Heaven Dragon could not control his emotions. A tear leaked out of his petrified body. "Let me help you remove the curse." Without saying anything more, Shao Chun landed a palm strike on the Heaven Dragon's petrified body. The cycle Great Tao circulated, and life and death cycled. A vast and boundless life force poured into the Heaven Dragon's body, slowly battering the cursed seed in it. "This is?" The blind old man felt startled. Shao Chun was going to use force to break the curse, directly using the boundless life force to destroy the curse's root. However, such a method required an extremely vast amount of life force. Could it be that Shao Chun is going to use his life origin energy to help remove the curse? No, this is the cycle Great Tao. When the blind old man recalled Shao Chun's horrifying recovery ability when he fought him, he came to a realization. Even so, it still required a vast amount of divine energy and a long time. "Blue Dragon King, I'll help you." The blind old man took a step forward, and the dense divine energy in his body entered Shao Chun's body without hesitation. "Many thanks." With the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's help, Shao Chun's efficiency immediately increased significantly. The Heaven Dragon's petrified lower body slowly turned illusory. In just a moment, It recovered its physical body. Xiaoqun persisted. An hour later, the Heaven Dragon's physical body was completely restored. Xiaoqun used his boundless life force to forcefully destroy the curse's root in the Heaven Dragon's body. The Heaven Dragon was incredibly excited, showing a spirited expression. He wished he could raise his head to the sky and roar. After so many years, he finally regained his freedom. Congratulations, Senior. Xiaoqun smiled faintly. He believed that Jianghu would feel gratified to see his father return in the Divine Dragon Empire. After some thought, the blind old man said, "Everyone, rest first. Wait for me to make arrangements. We will return to the Divine Dragon Empire 2 days later. I want to see how the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will pass his throne to Qin Ming." Now that everything was ready, all they needed to do was wait, and they could charge back to the Divine Dragon Empire. Chapter 2356. Ancestor Dragon City. This was the most ancient dragon city in the Divine Dragon Empire. It had been passed down for a long time. Only the most talented dragon race disciples in the empire had the qualifications to reside there. Those who could enter were either cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines or extremely talented mixed-blood dragon cultivators. Normally, it was not open to the public. It would only be open to the public during grand ceremonies or extremely important events. Clearly, the battle for the Dragon Emperor was a major event. Compared to offering sacrifices to the Dragon God, it was not much different. In the Divine Dragon Empire, the Dragon Emperor could reign for only 500 years. After that, there would be a new competition. However, ever since the Blue Dragon bloodline had been exterminated, the position of Dragon Emperor was almost always held by the Golden Dragon bloodline. The other Divine Dragon bloodlines could not compete with it at all. The current Dragon Emperor was the Golden Dragon clan's Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. According to the clan's rules, he could continue to reign for another 10 years. However, he chose to abdicate on his own accord today to compete for the position of Dragon Emperor again. The 6-colored divine dragons and the Heaven Dragon made up of mixed-blood dragons were qualified to send one person to compete for the Dragon Emperor position. It was said to be a competition, but anyone with a discerning eye knew. Qin Ming had already obtained the inheritance of the Bushin Palace and was now a 9-vein sovereign emperor with a grade 7 golden dragon bloodline. The others simply could not compete with him. The so-called competition was just a formality. The upper echelon of the 6-colored divine dragons and the Heaven Dragon Palace had already arrived at Ancestor Dragon City's Dragon God Plaza. The ancient Dragon God Square was vast and boundless. The Dragon God's statue stood tall and dignified. Many figures filled the plaza. All the elite cultivators in Ancestor Dragon City had rushed over. Dragons gathered from all directions, and the wind and clouds surged. The 6-colored divine dragons were the Gold Dragon, Silver Dragon, White Dragon, Blue Dragon, Green Dragon, and Red Dragon. Now that they had all arrived, they were all gathered in one place. The Golden Dragon race was the mightiest. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor sat on the throne, and many Golden Dragon race experts stood around him. Apart from that, there were also other experts from the Great Desolate Era Bloodline Empire who had come to observe the ceremony. Surrounded by the stars, Qin Ming wore the Golden Dragon holy armor. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he looked extraordinarily heroic and outstanding. The dragon might of the primordial Golden Dragon emanated from his body, giving off a strong oppressive force. Even though everyone here was a sovereign emperor with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon race and the other empires, they still felt significant pressure. Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun from the White Marsh Beast Empires sighed inwardly. The one who obtained the inheritance of Bushin Palace and became the son of an era that Bushin Palace focused on nurturing had already left the two of them in the dust. Qin Ming, the battle to become the Dragon Emperor this time is none other than you. I think that the competitors from the other 5-colored divine dragons are not even a tenth as good as you. Bai Yunfei said in a relaxed manner after looking around and sizing up the competitors of the various schools. Qin Ming said coolly, "The position of Dragon Emperor is definitely mine. The entire Bushin Palace supports me. Who dares to oppose me? I just want to know whether Xiaoqun dares to come or not." At the mention of Xiaoqun, Qin Ming's eyes revealed a thick murderous intent. That hatred was frightening. Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun both knew that Xiao Chen once crushed Qin Ming into meat paste in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Qin Ming nearly died. The name Xiao Chen had already become taboo to Qin Ming. The others simply did not dare to mention it in front of him. That Jianghu seems somewhat unfathomable. Xiahou Zun said softly as he pointed to the southwest of the plaza, where the Heaven Dragon Palace was. After Jianghu arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire, he naturally obtained a spot in the Heaven Dragon Palace with his status as a Heaven Dragon descendant. Qin Ming showed a cold expression as he said indifferently, I heard that he refined the entire ethereal Immortal Palace and completely comprehended the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. He is an opponent worth paying attention to. However, that is all. That person is the top beauty of your dragon race? Bai Yunfei's gaze fell on the opposite side of the plaza, where the White Dragon Palace's people gathered. Within the vast crowd of people, there was a beautiful figure. Her style was unmatched, and her temperament was otherworldly. She had a face that could topple cities, and there was a myriad of charm to her. She was easily recognized. Strong possessiveness flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, That's right. It is her, Lu Riyue. This woman has always been cold to me. She even gave me a bad look in public several times. Let's see how she dares to reject me after I become the Dragon Emperor. Xiahou Zun smiled and said, In that case, I'll congratulate Brother Qin in advance. You obtained both the country and the beauty. At this moment, where the White Dragon Palace's people gathered, a girl beside Lu Riyue frowned and said, Elder sister, that Qin Ming is looking at you like a thief again. He must be up to something. This girl was Lu Riyun, the White Dragon King's daughter, the White Dragon race's little princess. Let him be. Someone will deal with him. Lu Riyun showed a somewhat sad expression. There was practically no suspense in this fight to become the Dragon Emperor. No one expected the Bushin Palace to interfere in the fight to become the Dragon Emperor. If Qin Ming had not obtained the Bushin Palace's inheritance, Lu Riyue would have been strong enough to fight him. Given Lu Riyue's strength, she could still fight against him. Now, he was being nurtured as an epic son. Qin Ming was a nine-vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, he had awakened his ancient golden dragon bloodline. The other competitors, including Lu Riyue, would not be a match for him. The so-called fight to become the Dragon Emperor was just a show to justify the other party's ascension to the Dragon Emperor position. However, Lu Riyue had heard that there was an overt scheme in this fight to become the Dragon Emperor. Someone had secretly allied the epic masters of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao to kill the person who betrayed the empire. That person had fought against Yuan Zhen, who possessed the entire Buddhist nation, by himself in the Yanwu dynasty. That person had not been at a disadvantage against Yuan Zhen and left calmly. That person's terrifying strength inspired fear in all the other epic masters. After learning that Qin Ming would definitely come to Ancestor Dragon City to participate in the fight to become the Dragon Emperor, they worked together to lay a trap. Then, they would turn this place into his burial ground. For some reason, Lu Riyue felt worried in her heart, hoping that that person would not appear. There was a vague figure lingering in the depths of her memory. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall who it was. Riyue, what are you thinking? The White Dragon King asked softly as he walked over and looked at Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue recovered her wits and replied softly, I'm thinking that since it is just a formality, can we choose to give up? That's right. Father, why put on an act? Why give him a legitimate chance to ascend to the Dragon Emperor position? Lu Riyun said quickly, clearly in agreement. A pained expression flashed in the White Dragon King's eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, The other divine dragon palaces are thinking the same thing. However, we need to continue this act. This is because we have the dragon race bloodline flowing in our veins. Our fates are firmly tied to the empire, we cannot break free. Father, if you had known that the fight to become the Dragon Emperor would end up like this back then, would you still have nurtured me to fight for the Dragon Emperor position? Lu Riyue asked softly. The White Dragon King's heart skipped a beat. As Lu Riyue grew stronger, she could already feel that some of her memories were missing. However, Lu Riyue had never doubted him to his face. It was clear that she still respected this father of hers in name. If I had a choice, I would never let you participate in the battle of the Dragon Emperor. The White Dragon King said directly without hesitation. Many years ago, when he first met Xiao Chen, a certain thought in the depths of his heart had already been shaken. Was bringing Lu Ryue from the Sky Dome realm to the Great Thousand Realms a wrong decision for the sake of the White Dragon race? To be honest, he was at a loss. If that person really came, then, with Xiao Chen's current strength, how was Xiao Chen supposed to face him? If he could, like Lu Ryue, he hoped that Xiao Chen would not come. Xiao. At this moment, the radiance of the blazing sun shone on the majestic dragon god statue. All of a sudden, dazzling golden light shone brilliantly. The ancient dragon god statue stood at the center of the dragon god plaza, rising proudly like a towering mountain. The most eye-catching thing was its vigorous dragon claw. Under the dragon god's gaze, it looked very divine. The time is up. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor officially begins. Palace Masters, please send out the candidates of your palaces. Whoever can climb onto the dragon claw and receive the gaze of the dragon god will become the new Dragon Emperor. The purple gold dragon emperor announced loudly as he stood up from his throne. After speaking, the Red Dragon Palace's candidate, Murong Yen, was the first to arrive. Like a meteor, he landed heavily on the Dragon God Plaza, causing a fiery light to spread out. The Blue Dragon Palace's Sidu Changfeng leaped up gently and followed closely behind. One candidate after another landed on the Dragon God Plaza. However, they did not attract much cheers or attention. Everyone knew that there was not much suspense in this competition to become the Dragon Emperor. Only when Jianghu arrived did he attract some attention. After all, the Heaven Dragon was a respectable existence in the Divine Dragon Empire. Jianghu could inherit his father's will and comprehend the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, which made some people view him in a different light. Boom! A vast, ancient dragon might suddenly burst out. It was Qin Ming arriving at the Dragon God Plaza. When Qin Ming unleashed his 9-vein sovereign emperor cultivation, he instantly outshone the other 6. As the ancient golden dragon might roared, he attracted everyone's attention and startled cries. Qin Ming's might was much stronger than that of many older generation 9-vein sovereign emperors. Jianghu did not look at Qin Ming. Instead, his gaze fell on the dragon god statue. The statue was 30 kilometers tall, towering over the vast plaza. Even at the periphery, one could clearly feel the dragon god's might and pressure. If one approached, this might and pressure would be even more horrifying. Qin Ming's cultivation base and the primordial golden dragon bloodline gave him an absolute advantage. Indeed, after Qin Ming arrived at the Dragon God Plaza, he took the lead and charged over. After crossing the periphery, many ancient dragon generals materialized in the Dragon God Plaza. It was like they traveled through the great desolate Aeon, arriving in heavy armor. They stopped everyone from advancing, swearing to defend the dragon god's might to the death. Qin Ming showed a disdainful expression as he wielded the Emperor Dragon sword and moved about fearlessly. He left a trail of dust in his wake, easily shattering the dragon generals that materialized in one exchange. In mere moments, the distance between him and the others became clear. In the end, he is the Qin Ming who obtained the inheritance of the Bushin Palace. Such grace has never been seen in the previous Dragon Emperor races. He's too strong. He's advancing so quickly. I'm afraid he's going to create an unprecedented record. Those ancient dragon generals are so weak before him. Indeed, if not for Sidu Changfeng, Murong Yen, and the others fighting bitterly, others would think that they are just decorations. Qin Ming's unrivaled grace won the applause of the crowd. The dragon race disciples gathered in the surroundings were all shocked. Just as Qin Ming was about to enter the dragon god domain and formally climb the dragon god statue, the entire ancestor dragon city suddenly shook. The entire ancestor dragon city suddenly trembled. A melodious saber hum rang out. A saber light covered the blazing sun in the sky for 5,000 kilometers around. The sky instantly turned dark. The eyes of Ao Jiao and the Heavenly Alliance experts where the Heaven Dragon Palace was gathered lit up. Xiao Chen is here. Chapter 2357. Qin Ming's aura was flourishing in Dragon God Plaza. When this strange change happened, his expression changed slightly. Qin Ming had charged forward courageously in Dragon God Plaza, getting into a killing frenzy. He had thought that Xiao Chen would not come. Who knew, just as Qin Ming prepared to enter the Dragon God's domain and climb the Dragon God statue, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. "I can't be bothered with you. I'll climb the Dragon God statue first before settling the score with you." Qin Ming quickly made up his mind to continue forward and enter the Dragon God's domain. As for Xiao Chen, there were so many experts in the Bushin Palace. They were not just for show. It would not be that easy for him to cause trouble. "Kill him." The purple gold dragon emperor ordered mercilessly from the throne with a cold expression. Bush, bush, bush. The many foe gods from the Bushin Palace immediately soared into the air to attack Xiao Chen. "Protect Xiao Chen," Mu Zifeng said softly with a faint smile. Mu Zifeng, who was with the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, smiled faintly and said softly, "Whoosh." Under the lead of Suiren Ji and Hua Tianyang, the hidden Heavenly Alliance foe gods blocked this group of foe gods with ferocious auras. The large number of foe gods in the sky above Ancestor Dragon City instantly fought, looking like they would tear the entire sky apart. The purple gold dragon emperor sat on the throne on the tall platform, not showing any surprise on his face. He had expected that this group of Heavenly Alliance foe gods would come to support Xiao Chen long ago. With the support of Ancestor Dragon City's formation, this group of foe gods would not be able to cause too much of a stir. As for Xiao Chen, there were plenty of people to deal with him. There was no need for him to expose too many of his trump cards. "Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, you lackey. Do you still remember me, Jiang Tian?" Just at this moment, a ferocious roar resounded throughout the entire Ancestor Dragon City. The Heaven Dragon's rage. The dragon roar unique to the Heaven Dragon roared in all directions, shaking the sky. This dragon roar suppressed the might of the battle between the foe gods in the sky. "What's going on?" The voice that the purple gold dragon emperor had not heard in a long time suddenly appeared. The expression of the confident purple gold dragon emperor changed drastically. "Xiao." The figure of the previous generation Heaven Dragon Jiang Tian arrived in the blink of an eye and landed on the tall building opposite Dragon God Plaza. Xiao Chen looked down at the purple gold dragon emperor from above. A boundless fighting spirit blazed in his eyes, and his dragon might blazed like a fierce fire. That pure Heaven Dragon battle will attracted the attention of countless dragon race martial artists. The Heaven Dragon was a special bloodline that surpassed the 6 vain divine dragons. It would forever be a legend of the dragon race. Although the Divine Dragon Empire had not seen Jianghu for many years, Jianghu's story had been circulating in private. Heaven Dragon's might. It really is the Heaven Dragon. Is he that Jianghu who offended the Emperor's might and was imprisoned in the Starry Dragon Penitentiary? Why did he come out? This dragon might is so terrifying. The shock that Jianghu brought was even greater than that of the group of foe gods in the Astral War. "You dragon race traitor, you are truly bold. To think that you dare to come to Ancestor Dragon City. 6-colored divine dragons, listen up. Kill him." The purple gold dragon emperor did his best to suppress the shock in his heart. He recalled that this was Ancestor Dragon City, where all the experts of the dragon race gathered. As the purple gold dragon emperor, the purple gold dragon emperor could command the dragons. There was no need to fear this Jiang Tian. After all, the purple gold dragon emperor controlled the dragon races, the Arch Seal. The older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City had to obey his orders. "Who dares to attack?" A hoarse voice came from behind Jiang Tian. Then, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign swung the god-slaying sword in his hand. Inside Ancestor Dragon City, the Blood Dragon Guards riding great desolate Ian mutated beasts wore scarlet masks and battle armor. More than 1,000 Blood Dragon Guards rushed over from all directions. Without exception, they were all Sovereign Emperor experts. The Blood Dragon Guards was a faction of the Blue Dragon bloodline that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor personally established. After enduring for tens of thousands of years, the Blood Dragon Guards unleashed all their accumulations. The might that erupted startled the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Lord Dragon Sovereign. The older generation dragon race experts of Ancestor Dragon City clearly recognized the blind old man and respected him. When the blind old man appeared, they were incredibly shocked and no longer dared to attack. The blind old man said indifferently, "The fight to become the Dragon Emperor will continue. Right now, we are only dealing with the grudge between Jianghu and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Those who trust me, the blind old man, do not interfere for now. I will give you an explanation after this." Since Lord Dragon Sovereign has spoken, naturally, we do not dare to be rash. Although the blind old man spent most of his time in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, the older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City still respected him. After the blind old man guaranteed his reputation, these older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City chose to remain neutral for now. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, do you dare to fight me head-on again? Jianghu glared at the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor as he issued a challenge. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor cursed in his heart. The appearance of Jianghu and the blind old man completely disrupted his plans. This was especially so for this group of older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City to not listen to his orders. This embarrassed him even more. "I already defeated you before. How hard is it to defeat you again?" Rage filled the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's heart. He ferociously slammed the armrest of his throne and soared into the air, charging at Jianghu. The series of strange changes not only disrupted the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's plans but also caught the hidden epic scions off guard. Unexpectedly, such a dramatic scene could happen in Ancestor Dragon City. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor immediately panicked, allowing Xiaochen to soar through the air and land in Dragon God Plaza. Good timing! When Qin Ming saw Xiaochen land, he stopped thinking about anything else. When Xiaochen landed, he thrust his sword over. Boom! The terrifying dragon might of the primordial golden dragon burst forth from his body as he thrust his sword forward. The instant the sword thrust out, the tip of the sword gathered all the dragon might in one spot. That spot of golden light nearly tore space apart. Scram! Xiaochen descended while carrying an overwhelming saber might. He did not dodge the sword strike that Qin Ming sent out after storing up power. Then he ruthlessly chopped down with Heavenly Slayer. When driven by the cycle Great Tao, the flawless saber Tao that surpassed the epic grew endlessly and endlessly. The divine might of Xiaochen's blue dragon sword. He did not show any fear when facing the might of that ancient golden dragon, clashing head-on. Kasi! The saber chopped down on that spot of golden light, forcibly dimming that resplendent sword light. Blood leaked out of Qin Ming's lips as he frantically retreated, completely unable to control himself. Before the horrified expression on Qin Ming's face could fade, Xiaochen pressed forward and brought out his saber Tao to its limits with Heavenly Slayer. The surging Heavenly Tao's killing intent chopped down the golden dragon might, slowly diminishing the vast aura coming from Qin Ming. Even the Shadow Dragon Sovereign said that he was not a match for Xiaochen after leaving the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison. Naturally, Qin Ming's strength went without saying. The moment they clashed, Qin Ming fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiaochen's overwhelming saber intent enveloped him, forcing him to retreat. The blue dragon materialized by Xiaochen's dragon might tore the golden dragon image behind Qin Ming, leaving him in a sorry state. How could Qin Ming's grade 7 golden dragon bloodline compare to Xiaochen's royal blue dragon bloodline? Xiaochen, you forced me to do this. Divine Dragon Forbidden Technique, Dragon God's Rage. After 100 moves, Qin Ming was already in a sorry state. It looked like he was about to lose all his momentum and lose. Qin Ming roared, and his physical body changed wildly. Dense golden dragon scales appeared all over his body. His body continuously elongated, and his limbs turned into dragon claws. Golden dragon horns grew on his forehead as if he was reverting to his ancestry and becoming a true ancient golden dragon. The roars coming from Qin Ming's body contained a terrifying bestial nature from the great desolate Aeon, startling everyone present. Their expressions changed drastically. The people who were familiar with Xiaochen said at the same time, "Be careful, Xiaochen. He is reverting to his ancestral roots." When one flower blooms, fragrance wafts everywhere. Circulating the cycle Great Tao to its limits, Shaochen took a step forward unhurriedly. When he took this step, it was like he broke the barrier of the world. The surrounding scenery and people all froze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soft as a swallow, Qin Ming moved like a rainbow. He raised his hand and swung his saber. By the time he turned around, Shaochen had already sent out 3 saber strikes. Boom! The surrounding scenery started moving again. Before Qin Ming could successfully revert to his ancestral roots, the 3 saber lights pierced through him. Qin Ming's physical body reverted to its original form. As the heavenly Tao's killing intent destroyed him, his life force quickly faded. When the 3 saber lights layered over each other, Qin Ming's life force came to an end. The previously insufferably arrogant Qin Ming died so easily at Shaochen's hands. He died in an extremely pathetic manner, surpassing everyone's expectations. However, those with good judgment could tell that it was not that Qin Ming was too weak. Instead, it was that Shaochen was too strong. Whoosh! Before the crowd recovered from the shock of Qin Ming's death, the Dragon God statue suddenly released a bright light as if it came to life. The Dragon God has awakened. Now is the best time to climb the Dragon God statue. As long as we climb that dragon claw, we can receive the Dragon God's blessing. The Dragon God actually awakened. This is a rare auspicious sign. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flashed, and the candidates of the various outer palaces moved at the same time, flying towards the Dragon God statue. Among them, the ones at the very front were Jianghu and Lu Riyue. Aside from Shaochen and Qin Ming, these 2 were much stronger than the others. The difference was obvious. With Qin Ming dead and Shaochen not moving, the 2 of them would definitely be the fastest. Father, I cannot disappoint Father. Jianghu showed a determined gaze. He did not stop at all as he climbed the Dragon God statue. However, another figure soon caught up. Now, the 3 of them stood shoulder to shoulder. Each of them contained a different saber intent. It was like 3 saber lights soared into the clouds at the same time. They endured the Dragon God statue's immense might and pressure and reached the peak. Naturally, the one who caught up was Shaochen. When Jianghu looked back, he could not help thinking about the heavenly book scholar's prediction. The 3 saber lights before Jianghu seemed to be the same as the prediction from back then. However, Jianghu knew that since Shaochen intended to compete, his chances of becoming the Dragon Emperor were practically 0. Whoosh! However, just at this moment, Shaochen suddenly turned around and stopped, blocking Lu Riyue's path. When Jianghu saw this scene, he could not help feeling stunned and stopped as well. Shaochen turned his head and looked over. Bathed in the Dragon God's light, he smiled softly and said, Jianghu, don't stop. Prove yourself to your father that you are no longer the child from back then. You are the Jianghu who comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries and can climb to the peak of the Dragon God by yourself. Shaochen. Jianghu felt warmth in his heart when he heard that. He felt somewhat surprised that Shaochen understood him so well. Jianghu nodded heavily, afraid that Shaochen would see his moist eyes. Then, he immediately turned around and did his best to endure the Dragon God's might and pressure with greater confidence. Lu Riyue looked at Shaochen and was about to speak. Then she saw Shaochen turn around, and the boundless power of cycles gathered at his fingertip. Then, he pressed his finger on Lu Riyue's forehead and broke the seal in her soul pool at lightning speed. Lu Riyue's memories flashed. The memories that had been sealed away for decades immediately flooded Lu Riyue's mind like the tide. Chapter 2358. Shaochen used the power of cycles to break the memory seal in Lu Riyue's soul pool with one finger. Lu Riyue recalled all the things of the past. Lu Riyue appeared somewhat dazed, like she had a very long dream. As she looked at Shaochen in front, her eyes instantly turned moist. Shaochen. She remembered. She remembered everything. She remembered the various memories she had with Shaochen on Qingyun Peak at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. She remembered Royan from back then and that youth standing at the highest peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, loudly declaring that he liked her. There were many more. It was no wonder that after so many years, even if her memories were sealed, No matter how much time passed, no matter how the world changed, she could not erase that trace of love imprinted in the depths of her soul. No matter how much time passed, no matter how the world changed, that trace of love could not erase that trace of love imprinted in the depths of her soul. Back then, they had gone through life and death together. Even if they turned to ashes, that trace of love could still give off a resplendent light in the ashes. You have suffered all these years. You searched so hard for me, and I even injured you. Lu Riyue could not stop the tears in her eyes. When she thought of Xiao Chen, even when the golden dragon bloodline chased after him, he still took the risk to enter the White Dragon Palace to meet her. However, she still injured Xiao Chen. When Lu Riyue thought of this, she could not help but feel guilty. Xiao Chen's eyes moistened slightly. These were tears of joy. At this instant, he knew that he had made the right choice. It was better to let someone else be the Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen had a free nature and did not like to be someone else's pawn. He was not willing to accept Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan from 10,000 years ago. He just needed to properly repay the Blue Dragon bloodline's kindness. He needed to use his own method to live out his own glory. He did not want to live in a dead person's plan. Even if he had no choice, he had to make his own choices. It's fine. Let's go first. Xiao Chen consoled Lu Riyue. Then he held her hand and soared into the air, landing where the people of the Heaven Dragon Palace gathered. Boom! The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor fought with Jiang Tian in the sky and lost as well. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor was horrified. He was filled with grief and rage. He had lost this battle too thoroughly. Even his most beloved son, Qin Ming, had died in the hands of Xiao Chen. He had lost everything. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor noticed the playful expressions of the other palace masters. After so many years of oppression, the other dragon palaces had long since disliked the Golden Dragon bloodline. Now he had been utterly defeated. There would be no place for him in the Divine Dragon Empire. As long as there's life, there's hope. I'll leave first and make a comeback in the future. Gotcha. But just as he was about to move, a ray of sword light pierced through his chest. It was the Shadow Dragon Sovereign who pinned him to the ground, restraining him. Your debt has not been settled yet. It won't be that easy for you to leave. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign's tone was cold, and his expression was indifferent. All these years, you have been loyal to the Holy Lord's lackey, suppressing the other divine dragon temples, and framing the Heaven Dragon. All these have to be accounted for. Suddenly, two beams of divine light appeared in Dragon God Plaza. The Dragon God statue's eyes released a dazzling light. Jianghu, who stood on the dragon claw, received the Dragon God's gaze, carrying the entire Divine Dragon Empire's luck. His body exuded an overwhelming dragon might. Auspicious signs visible to the naked eye spread out from his body. Mu Zifeng frowned slightly and said somewhat unhappily, Xiao Chen, why did you give up on the Dragon Emperor position? If you did not, then you, Xiao Chen, would be the one carrying the entire Divine Dragon Empire's luck. That's right. However, in that case, the path I take will be the same as what Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid 50,000 years ago. The karma between me and the Blue Dragon race will never be resolved. The epic that I started is actually Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's unfulfilled wish. It looks perfect, but in reality, it is just a pawn. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. After learning the truth from the dragon spirit, he had a plan. What's wrong with that? Even if you are a pawn in control of your own fate. You can also bring the Blue Dragon race supreme glory. My heavenly alliance can continue to be glorious for another epoch. Mu Zifeng remained angry, not understanding Xiao Chen's thoughts. Just because you are willing to be a pawn does not mean that I am willing. Furthermore, do you know what the consequences are? Be it the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor back then, the later Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, or the Kunlun Realm's Qing Emperor, they were all unparalleled peak experts. They were all insufferably arrogant, peerless powerhouses of their era. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he continued, however, do you know what the consequences are? It will lead to the destruction of the Blue Dragon race. Be it in the Great Thousand Realms or the Kunlun Realm, it will lead to the destruction of the Blue Dragon race. Countless people will have their families destroyed and die a violent death, all because of the blue dragon bloodline. This is because there are no undefeatable experts, no indestructible dynasties, and no immortal beauties in this world. If I become the Dragon Emperor and start the Divine Dragon Epic, the dragon race will become incredibly strong, ruling the entire Great Thousand Realms. However, when the epic ends, it will be like the current martial epic's Holy Lord, miserable and desolate, deserted by everyone, perhaps even worse. Such a divine dragon epic is not what I want. In the end, it will just be repeating the same mistakes. Mu Zifeng sensed something unusual. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I want to end the epic." Xiao Chen enunciated every word incredibly calmly. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically. Ending the epic? Such lofty aspirations and boldness were something they had never thought of before. It was not that they could not think of it, they did not dare to think of it. I support Big Brother Xiao Chen. It is time for the epic to come to an end. It is an endless cycle of destruction and reincarnation. Too many innocent people die during the birth of every epic. Ao Jiao stepped forward and expressed her position, decisively supporting Xiao Chen. The others remained silent. However, their gazes on Xiao Chen clearly changed. Aside from shock, there was also admiration in their complicated expressions. Have you ever thought about the consequences of failure? Mu Zifeng felt shocked in his heart. He felt an indescribable weakness when facing Xiao Chen. The other party's boldness, breadth of mind, and strength completely suppressed him. Xiao Chen, the small fry is preparing to leave. The blind old man's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Then he looked at Mu Zifeng and said, "Let's not discuss this for now. I have some things to deal with. Lord Mu, don't worry. No matter what I do, I will definitely protect the Heavenly Alliance in the future. However, I might not obtain the overlord position that you imagine." Without giving Mu Zifeng a chance to speak, Xiao Chen soared into the air and landed on a tall building. Then he shouted softly, You are already here. Are you still going to leave?" Xiao Chen's voice was not loud, but it rang out clearly in everyone's ears. The sound waves contained Xiao Chen's soul energy. As his voice spread out, it locked onto the people Xiao Chen was looking for. "Still not showing yourselves?" Xiao Chen threw a palm strike at the sky. Then, 3 bolts of electric light descended from the sky without any warning. Electric light immediately encased Shi, Yuan Zhen, and Wenren. They could not hide from the surrounding crowd. Bush. The surrounding dragon race disciples quickly moved, pulling away from the 3. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings of Dragon God Plaza emptied out, leaving only the 3. When she saw that the Shadow Dragon Sovereign already controlled the situation in Ancestor Dragon City, the Divine Dragon Empire, which should have been a helper, ended up helping Xiao Chen instead. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance's faux god experts blocked the Bushin Palace's faux god experts. Xiao Chen already considered retreating. Qin Ming's death and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's defeat caused the earlier trap to lose an important link. This caused the situation to flip. Xiao Chen's original plan of catching a turtle in a jar and suppressing Xiao Chen with its momentum reversed. Fortunately, for some reason, Xiao Chen actually gave the Dragon Emperor position to Jianghu. This made Shi, Yuan Zhen, and Wenren, who originally despaired, rejoice. After some discussion, they unanimously decided to leave immediately. After losing the Dragon Emperor position, Xiao Chen's luck would inevitably suffer. In the future, they would definitely find a better opportunity to kill Xiao Chen, not giving him a chance to turn things around. However, the crowd had not expected that Xiao Chen, who had just thought of retreating, would pull it out before everyone's eyes. She looked at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do? Do you think that you can kill us after finding us?" Xiao Chen knew that the 3 of them definitely had faux gods protecting them in the dark. If they wanted to leave, there was no way for them to stay. Wenren and Yuan Zhen did not say anything either. They just looked at Xiao Chen with hostile expressions. "I'm not trying to kill you. I'm giving you a chance." "What chance?" "I'm giving you a chance to kill me." You cast aside your prejudices and schemed to work together to kill me. Now that I am here, why are you leaving? Yuan Zhen looked around. Then, he looked at the blind old man standing beside the Heaven Dragon. Then, he looked at the older generation experts in Ancestor Dragon City. Yuan Zhen said sullenly, "You want to fight the three of us alone? I guarantee that the older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City, the Heaven Dragon, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign, and the Heavenly Alliance's experts will not help you." Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I believe this is your plan from the start, right? You want the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor to sit back and do nothing, allowing the three of you to work together to stop me from arriving at the Dragon God Plaza and then wait for an opportunity to kill me? I'll give you a chance to work together to kill me now. I guarantee that no one will help you." She's thoughts raced. Shao Chen wants to settle this once and for all, defeating the epic masters of the three super factions. However, where does Shao Chen get his confidence to face the three of them alone? If Shao Chen became the Dragon Emperor and inherited the entire Divine Dragon Empire's luck, he might be able to fight against the three of them alone. Could there be a trap? However, if the three of them did not even dare to accept such a challenge, it would deal a severe blow to their confidence. In the future, when they faced Shao Chen, they would be at a disadvantage before the fight even started. Chapter 2359. Just as Shi, Wen Renyu, and Yuan Zhen considered retreating, Shao Chen suddenly stepped forward. Shao Chen gave the three a chance to work together and fight him. Before coming, the three had already made arrangements to facilitate this opportunity with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Unexpectedly, the situation of the fight to become the Dragon Emperor changed in an instant. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, who was supposed to support them, fell, and the Shadow Dragon Sovereign took over the Divine Dragon Empire, forcing the three to leave. However, Shao Chen suddenly returned this opportunity to them. Shao Chen swear that none of the dragon race older generation experts here, including the Shadow Dragon Sovereign and the Heaven Dragon, will make a move. The three of us will fight you. A crafty look flashed in Shi's eyes as he looked at Shao Chen. Originally, Shao Chen was the one giving them a chance. However, she made it sound like Shao Chen was begging them. Shao Chen said softly, "I swear on Shao Chen's name that this fight will be between the four of us. If I break this oath, I, Shao Chen, will die a horrible death, falling to my heart demon forever." Good. She laughed loudly after hearing that. Then he said, "Shao Chen, do you really think that you can kill the three of us in one go? I'll give you that chance now." At the same time, she looked at Wen Renyu and Yuan Zhen. "What do the two of you think? I have no objections. If we still lose even when fighting 3 against 1, there is no need to fight with him for the Epic Sun title." Wen Renyu looked rather carefree. If they lost even when fighting 3 against 1, they would not have the face to continue fighting. "As I have heard, I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty." Yuan Zhen chanted scriptures endlessly. He pressed his palms together, and Buddhist light continuously erupted from his body. Shi and Wen Renyu exchanged looks. They knew that Yuan Zhen was summoning the Buddhist nation, waiting for the Buddhist nation to descend. Yuan Zhen's combat prowess would soar wildly, reaching the level of a faux god or even surpassing that of a faux god. What the two needed to do now was delay Shao Chen and buy time for Yuan Zhen. She waved his hand, and the scarlet dragon image on the sage cloak moved. After a while, a scarlet dragon roared out. A bloody flame burned in his demonic eye of fear, burning out of his eye sockets and lingering under his brows. Boom! A horrifying demonic might instantly swept through the entire Ancestor Dragon City. Black demonic clouds roared in the sky like a sea. "Forbidden art, devour all life," she shouted, and a horrifying devouring force burst forth from his left eye. It gathered at one point and surged toward Shao Chen. In an instant, wherever his gaze passed, space and time seemed to distort under the suction of the devouring power. The distorted space wriggled like a snake. How fast was the speed of sight? With just a glance, one would be hit. Shao Chen's body was immediately entangled by this devouring power. This was the devouring power that came from the demon eye. Like a spiderweb, she did not care about exhausting himself as he wrapped around Shao Chen layer by layer. Within a breath's time, thousands of layers of devouring power entangled Xiaoqun, dragging him towards Shi's demonic eye. Even a foe god would find it hard to break free if caught by the devouring demonic eye. Shi's demonic eye had already been incredibly horrifying long ago. Now that his strength had improved significantly, this demonic eye was even more terrifying. Even Xiaoqun found it hard to struggle free. Die! Wenren revealed a sinister smile as a holy mirror appeared in his hand. This was the supreme treasure of the profound heaven Holy Land, the profound heaven mirror. This supreme treasure had been passed down for countless epochs. During the martial epoch, it once had the legendary feat of killing a foe god. The instant the mirror enveloped Xiaoqun, he felt a dangerous aura encircling him. His heart skipped a beat. No way! I absolutely cannot let it hit me. If I drive this profound heaven mirror at full power, the consequences will be dire. Indeed, this group of people came prepared. They had great teamwork and made thorough preparations. No wonder they all revealed crafty smiles after I swore. However, now that she drove the devouring demonic eye at full power, Xiaoqun estimated that even a foe god would find it hard to struggle free quickly. If Xiaoqun could not break this devouring power quickly, the profound heaven mirror would definitely strike him. The situation immediately turned extremely dangerous. No one had expected this. The moment they started fighting, Xiaoqun fell into such a desperate situation, catching everyone off guard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaoqun quickly made a decision. He stopped resisting and allowed Shi's devouring demonic eye to pull him over. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Shi's demonic eye swallowed up Xiaoqun, and the profound light from the mirror missed. How can it be like this? Wenren paled, his eyes bloodshot as he panted continuously. That earlier strike nearly drained all his soul energy and divine energy, bringing out the might of the superior grade soul treasure in his hand to its limits. Even a peak foe god would be severely injured or even killed in one hit. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqun gave up resisting and allowed Shi to swallow him up, perfectly dodging the attack. Although Wenren felt dissatisfied, she showed joy on his face. He laughed maniacally. Ha! Xiaoqun, you are seeking death. My demonic eye is an inheritance of the ancient god demon. Even if a foe god enters, only death awaits them. Watch as I use the power of the god demon. Bang! Before Wenren could finish speaking, a saber light flashed, and his head instantly exploded. Amid the scarlet light, Xiaoqun reappeared with Heavenly Slayer in hand. Then, Xiaoqun tore off the blood dragon cloak from Wenren's body, not continuing to kill him. Then he looked at Yuan Zhen, who was summoning the Buddhist nation. The vague form of the Buddhist nation appeared. Yuan Zhen revealed a confident expression, showing no fear. Xiaoqun recalled his experience in the Jianghu dynasty. He knew that the Buddhist nation was like the god demon's nation, hard to break. Right now, the vague form of the Buddhist nation appeared. Regular killing moves would find it hard to break it. Go over! As the power of cycles circulated, Xiaoqun shouted and took a ferocious step forward. With this step, it felt like the entire Great Thousand Realms blocked him, preventing him from advancing at all. He faced unprecedented resistance. Kasi. However, Yuan Zhen managed to take this step in the end. With one step, he traveled to the future. As I have heard, hell is not empty. In the past, Yuan Zhen had just pressed his palms together and chanted 2 lines of scripture. The Buddhist nation had not even appeared. Horror flashed in Yuan Zhen's eyes when he faced Xiaoqun, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, catching him off guard. Pooh! Xiaoqun mercilessly stabbed the flawless saber intent, which surpassed fortuitous encounters, into Yuan Zhen's forehead. But time and space returned to the present. The vague form of the Buddhist nation shattered, and a figure appeared before Yuan Zhen. The slender saber blade stabbed into Yuan Zhen's forehead. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's remnant soul in Yuan Zhen's soul pool let out a sharp, miserable shriek. Yuan Zhen. This startled Wenren. He turned around and raised the profound heaven mirror, preparing to overdraw on his life force to strike Xiaoqun. The future? Xiaoqun shouted. Then, light and shadow flashed, appearing in the future behind Wenren. Then, he chopped Wenrenyu in half with his peak saber strike. Past, present, future, flowers bloom with a thought. The dragon race experts below were flabbergasted as they watched, sighing in amazement. The dragon race experts saw 3 blue lotus flowers bloom, and a figure stood on them. The instant the flowers bloomed, Shi's head exploded, the saber pierced Yuan Zhen's forehead, and Wenrenyu was chopped in half. The instant the flowers bloomed, they illuminated 3 lives. 3 figures layered over each other. Wenrenyu, Shi, and Yuan Zhen were instantly defeated. Xiao Chen's originally dangerous situation instantly reversed. Blood continuously squirmed around Shi's neck as he lay on the ground. Soon, a new head grew out. Shi's eyes looked like those of a normal person. However, he appeared fatigued and incredibly weak, finding even moving incredibly difficult. Xiao Chen did not destroy Shi's divine seal. On account of Shi being Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's pawn, he spared Shi's life. However, with Shi's demonic eye destroyed, his strength plummeted. He lost his sharpness and could no longer compete with Xiao Chen. As for Wenrenyu, he was not as fortunate. Xiao Chen's peak saber strike destroyed both his physical body and divine seal. The 3 figures layered over each other. Xiao Chen held Heavenly Slayer as he stood in front of Yuan Zhen. Xiao Chen maintained the posture of half the saber piercing Yuan Zhen's forehead. As for Yuan Zhen, Xiao Chen only wanted to cut off the karma between him and the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. He did not kill Yuan Zhen until the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's remnant soul in Yuan Zhen's soul pool was destroyed. As blood spurted out, Xiao Chen pulled out his saber and sheathed Heavenly Slayer. Yuan Zhen's eyes slowly regained clarity. Then he wobbled like a broken kite and fell to the ground. In the distant Jianghu dynasty, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha statues in the thousands of temples Yuan Zhen built crumbled. The auspicious signs in the Buddhist nation on the ground scattered. The ordinary people living there appeared dazed as if they just woke up from a dream. One thought to live, one thought to die. Xiao Chen chose to take the risk of fighting the 3. If he had not dodged the profound Heaven Mirror strike, he would have been the one to die. If he had dodged, the other party would have been the one to die. This extremely dangerous gamble also brought a huge harvest, dealing with the 3 hidden dangers once and for all. From then on, no other faction's epic masters could compete with Xiao Chen. Dressed in white, Xiao Chen looked boundlessly elegant, making all the cultivators in Ancestor Dragon City admire him. Even the many foe gods of the Heavenly Alliance and the Bushin Palace felt somewhat horrified, ashamed of their inferiority. They had to admit that Xiao Chen was now the strongest person in the world. Now that he grasped the cycle Great Tao, no one could defeat him head-on. I have 2 supreme treasures to give to 2 seniors. I will leave the Divine Dragon Empire to you. In the future, please take care of my Kunlun Realm's Blue Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen arrived before the Shadow Dragon Sovereign and the Heaven Dragon Jiang. Then, he handed the Emperor Dragon Sword that he obtained from Qin Ming to Jiang. Then, he solemnly handed the royal genealogical record that he obtained from the Blue Dragon's treasure trove to the Shadow Dragon Sovereign. The blind old man was loyal to Xiao Chen in the first place. Now that he obtained the royal genealogical record, he would definitely take care of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Given that, the Blue Dragon would definitely have a foothold in the Divine Dragon Empire in the future. Seniors of Ancestor Dragon City, does anyone have any objections to Jianghu becoming the new Dragon Emperor of my Divine Dragon Empire as the Heaven Dragon's descendant? Given Jianghu's qualifications, many people would be unconvinced if he wanted to suppress these dragon race older generation experts. This was especially so for the Silver Dragon bloodlines and the Golden Dragon bloodlines. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's strength, practically no one dared to look him in the eye when he spoke. As far as the eye could see, no one dared to say anything. Congratulations on the birth of the Dragon Emperor, Jianghu. Xiao Chen shouted. Then, he suddenly took out the Emperor Dragon Throne, the supreme treasure of the dragon race that had been passed down for countless epochs. Immediately, a vast and pure Emperor Dragon's might spread out, causing the many dragon race disciples to tremble. Under the pressure of this Emperor Dragon's dragon might, the many dragon race disciples fell to their knees. Jianghu gave Xiao Chen a deep look as he stood on the dragon god statue. After some hesitation, he sat on the throne. At this moment, as everyone cheered for the birth of a new dragon emperor, in an inconspicuous pavilion in Ancestor Dragon City, Yen Songming revealed a cold smile as he watched Jianghu sit on the Emperor Dragon throne with a cold expression. A crystal ball in Yen Songming's left palm projected the earlier scene into the distance. In the distant soaring dragon great realm, where the Black Dragon King was sealed, Zhen Yuan looked through the crystal ball and saw the scene that Yen Songming sent over. To think that his Cycle Great Tao is so strong. However, he already revealed his trump card. He can forget about reversing time and space before me. Crack! Zhen Yuan's eyes suddenly turned pitch black as he crushed the crystal ball. Then, he muttered to himself, "It is time for the martial epic to end." Blood stained the surroundings of the sealed land. 10-odd foe god corpses lay cold on the ground. These were the foe gods who felt dissatisfied and wanted to stop the Black Dragon King from returning to reality and ending the martial epic. However, all their efforts were futile. They all died at Zhen Yuan's hands. These foe gods did not know that the Black Dragon King would not end the martial epic. Instead, the martial epic's luck was about to run out, giving the Black Dragon King the opportunity to destroy it. Right now, all the luck of the martial epic was in the Black Dragon King's seal. When the Black Dragon King broke the seal, he would run out of luck, and the end would arrive. The Black Dragon King's veritable essence energy physical body turned into a clump of black shadow, a clump of pure demonic thought. Then, it instantly entered the seal amid a flash of black light. In the next moment, cracks appeared in the ground, and the entire soaring dragon great realm trembled endlessly. A pitch-black demonic claw broke out of the ground. The claw ferociously clenched, seeming to crush something. In the Divine Dragon Empire's Ancestor Dragon City in the Central Great Realm, Jianghu had just sat down on the Emperor Dragon throne. The god-killing sword in the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand buzzed endlessly as it gave off a dense black light, trying to struggle free of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand. Whoosh! The Shadow Dragon Sovereign's expression changed dramatically. The god-killing sword struggled free of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand with irresistible force. Then, it turned into a beam of black light and shot into the sky. He is coming out! The Shadow Dragon Sovereign's body trembled slightly, appearing somewhat fearful. As Xiao Chen watched the distant beam of black light, he showed a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed, "The martial epic is over." Chapter 2360. Suddenly, the god-killing sword struggled free of the blind old man's hand and turned into a beam of light, flying far away. Xiao Chen and the blind old man felt startled. They knew that the Black Dragon King was coming out. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epic's luck to seal the Black Dragon King. If the Black Dragon King broke the seal, it would mean that the martial epic's luck had reached its end. When the Black Dragon King completely came out, the martial epic would begin to end. Although the foe gods present did not recognize the god-killing sword, they were bound to the martial epic. They already sensed that something was wrong. Horror appeared in their hearts, acutely sensing that the world was about to change. Needless to say, the foe gods of the Heavenly Alliance and the Bushan Palace all knew what was going to happen. This day would come sooner or later. Many foe gods could not sleep at night, living in fear. They feared that the apocalypse would arrive, forcing them to fall. However, when this day truly arrived, most of them discovered that they were not as afraid as they imagined. Compared to the fear and horror of day and night, this was a form of release. Whoosh! Suddenly, a resplendent light burst forth in the sky northeast of the Divine Dragon Empire. In the next moment, scarlet light rained down like a meteor shower. Mu Zifeng looked up, and his expression immediately changed drastically. Then he looked at Xuerenji and Hua Tianyang, who were beside him. Xuerenji and Hua Tianyang did not say anything, only silently nodding. "Zifeng, I'll leave the Heavenly Alliance to you in the future," Hua Tianyang said softly as he looked at Mu Zifeng with a smile. Hua Tianyang said softly as he looked at Mu Zifeng with a smile on his face. Mu Zifeng's expression changed dramatically as he grabbed Hua Tianyang. However, right after Mu Zifeng grabbed Hua Tianyang's hand, Hua Tianyang's physical body shattered, turning into ashes. Hua Tianyang's body shattered, turning into ashes. A beam of divine light soared into the sky. The resplendent light illuminated all of Ancestor Dragon City, so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. In the next moment, the light vanished, turning into a scarlet meteor that bloomed like fireworks. This sudden scene shocked the surrounding cultivators in Dragon God Plaza. How could a faux god die just like that? No! Although Mu Zifeng knew that this day would come sooner or later, he still could not accept seeing Hua Tianyang fall before him. Swearenji sighed softly. The old alliance chief was injured in the first place. He definitely wouldn't be able to last long in this great change. I won't be able to hold on for long. The faux god flame in Swearenji's soul pool was like a fallen leaf drifting in the wind and rain. Swaying, the light dimmed bit by bit. Mu Zifeng turned his head to look. At this moment, Swearenji's face showed unprecedented signs of aging. Where are you going? Mu Zifeng asked softly when he noticed Swearenji's intention to leave. Let's go back to the sect in the netherworld. Even if we're going to die, we should die where we want to die. I'll leave my family in the Heavenly Alliance to you. After fighting with you for half my life, I really did not expect such an outcome. Swearenji laughed at himself, turned around, waved his hand, and left alone. Be it the Heavenly Alliances or the Bushin Palace's faux gods, they all sensed the great changes in the world. He noticed that his faux god flame could no longer absorb divine energy from the world. Some of the world's laws had already been broken, unable to support the burning of the divine flame. Some people bawled, tears flowing down their cheeks endlessly. Some people felt dissatisfied, frantically consuming powerful divine herbs and searching for a place where the divine flame could continue burning. However, most of the Heavenly Alliances and Bushin Palace's faux gods remained calm like Swearenji. Before they died, they went to an old haunt in their hearts and waited for the divine flame to extinguish. In the past, these faux gods could summon the wind and rain, pluck the stars and grab the moon. They could crush countless sovereign emperors with a wave of their hands. At this moment, these faux gods showed unprecedented humbleness, inspiring sorrow in others. Xiaochen looked at these departing faux gods, at their faces of despair, calm, or despair. Suddenly, Xiaochen recalled that many years ago, when the Immortal epic was destroyed, those helpless immortals were probably like this as well. After he comes out, he will definitely come to you first. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign said as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen nodded and said, I know. I'll leave my friends in senior's care for now. Don't worry. I will do my best to protect them. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. Then he went over and said goodbye to Lu Riue and Ao Jiao. Then he instructed the two to remain in the Divine Dragon Empire and not to leave Ancestor Dragon City. Xiaochen, I do not blame you for not becoming the Dragon Emperor. However, you have to destroy the Black Dragon King. Mu Zifeng enunciated every word as he looked at Xiaochen, a heavy murderous intent gathering on his face. Xiaochen looked at Mu Zifeng. Then he looked at the worried Lu Riue and Ao Jiao. Then he looked at Jianghu. These were all familiar faces. If Xiaochen could not defeat the Black Dragon King, these old friends of his, these beautiful memories of his life, would all be destroyed by the Black Dragon King, utterly destroyed. They would all be destroyed by the Black Dragon King, completely and utterly destroyed. After saying that, Xiaochen turned and left. After saying that, Xiaochen turned and left. After he walked out of the city gates, he looked back. Scarlet meteors already filled the entire sky of the Divine Dragon Empire. That was the blood of faux gods, turning into countless tiny specks of dust. Then, the world's most beautiful flowers bloomed in the dust, creating a tragic scene in this doomsday. You are going to the desolate sea, right? The clear-eyed she jumped down from the city walls. Then, he covered his mouth with his right hand and coughed heavily. The desolate sea had two powerful formations. The Heavenly Tao Killing Formation and the Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation materialized with the wings of time as the formation core. Back then, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had poured his life's effort into preparing these formations for the Black Dragon King. The formations could only be activated by combining the Heavenly Slayer Saber and the Blood Dragon Cloak. Although you obtained the Blood Dragon Cloak and the Heavenly Slayer Saber, you can only activate the Heavenly Tao Killing Formation. If you want to activate the Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation, you have to kill me. As she looked at Xiao Qin, his stern face did not reveal much. However, Xi's right hand, which was clenched into a fist, trembled endlessly, revealing the struggle in his heart. She had hesitated for a long time before appearing before Xiao Qin and saying this. She did not want to die. Everyone feared death, and she was no exception. However, she was now seeking death from Xiao Qin. At this moment, the insufferably arrogant and terrifying Lord Shi, who once inspired fear in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, appeared incredibly weak. Xiao Qin replied softly, I know. The old dragon horse once said that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan would allow only one of them to survive. According to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan, Xiao Qin would become the Dragon Emperor, and she would become the Demon Monarch. Then the two would fight, and the victor would receive all his inheritance. From that moment on, Xiao Qin had new thoughts about becoming the Dragon Emperor. Did Xiao Qin want to become the Dragon Emperor himself, or did a dead person from tens of thousands of years ago want him to become the Dragon Emperor? The answer was the latter. Xiao Qin had no desire for power or status. He was naturally free. For a long time, Xiao Qin had felt a sense of duty, passively wanting to become the Dragon Emperor. This was what it meant by having no choice. Shock filled Xi's face. He asked somewhat incoherently, Then, why did you leave me alive? Did you kill my friends? Do we have an old grudge? Did you cross my bottom line? If not, why would I kill you? If not, why would I kill you? It was just a simple sentence, but it stirred up huge waves in Xi's heart. His entire worldview was toppled. However, can you kill the Black Dragon King with just the Heavenly Tao Killing Formation? Anxiety filled Xi's eyes, urgently wanting to know Xiao Qin's answer. If I don't try, who knows? I can't possibly kill someone I don't want to kill just because of this. My heart will not forgive me. Outside Ancestor Dragon City, blood rain fell from the dark sky on the desolate land. As the blood rain fell like meteors, Xiao Qin revealed a faint smile. He said softly, You escaped Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's karma and can live for yourself. Why seek death? Bless me. I will definitely kill the Black Dragon King. I believe in my own choice. With this smile, she suddenly understood why Xiao Qin could fight 1 against 3 and why he was inferior to him. This was because from the very start, Xiao Qin had a pure heart. Even though he ruled the world now, dominating the past and present, his original heart remained, never changing. Cloud Water Marsh, a spring every 10 steps and a river every 50 kilometers. The hazy mist lingered for tens of thousands of years. After putting on the blood-clad sage robes, Xiao Qin passed through the mist and arrived at the desolate sea. Then he sat on a rock and hugged Heavenly Slayer, resting with his eyes closed. After some time, the mournful cries in the world grew louder. Then, Xiao Qin opened his eyes. A scarlet light illuminated the sky of the entire central Great Realm. Thousands of meteors turned into a boundless blood rain. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and let a drop of blood rain land on his palm. Xiao Qin squinted and sent in his soul energy. Scenes unfolded before his eyes. These were the remnant memories of a certain faux god, the imprint that a legend once left in the world. However, they now turned into a sorrowful blood rain, sinking into the soil. Boom! A beam of black light fell together with the blood rain. When it landed, the black light coalesced into a human figure. This person was tall and wore heavy black dragon armor. His fingertips were covered in sharp metal armor. This person looked like the claws of a wild beast, holding a pitch-black sword that gave off a faint dark light. Veritable essence energy could be vaguely seen on the face under the helmet. Without a doubt, this person was the Black Dragon King. You've been waiting for me for a long time, right? The Black Dragon King looked at Xiao Qin and smiled. However, his smile was extremely horrifying, making one tremble in fear. I have been wanting to kill you for a long time. The instant the flower bloomed, it illuminated 3 lifetimes. Xiao Qin drew Heavenly Slayer and executed the 3-life flower at lightning speed, wanting to cross space and time to kill the Black Dragon King. However, When Xiao Chen was about to take that step, he was somewhat surprised to discover that he could not break the space-time barrier in front of the Black Dragon King. Unable to advance or retreat, the god-killing sword in the Black Dragon King's hand stabbed at Xiao Chen's chest, carrying a heavy state of ruin. The saber scabbard held horizontally in front of Xiao Chen's chest. This sword strike knocked him back. The state of ruin lingered in his ears, and a deep dragon roar echoed endlessly. I've already seen your trump card in the Dragon God Plaza. As long as I keep my guard up, it will not be that easy for you to break the space-time barrier before me. The Black Dragon King revealed a disdainful smile as he said softly, "Actually, I can attack you the instant you break the space-time barrier. I can let the space-time tear you apart. However, that would be pointless. There is no point in boasting. Flawless saber Dao, endless cycle." Xiao Chen gave up on instantly killing the other party. Then, he shouted coldly and pressed forward while holding Heavenly Slayer. He used the Cycle Great Dao to materialize his own flawless saber intent. Then, he connected it with the Heavenly Dao's killing intent contained in Heavenly Slayer and unleashed a vast and boundless saber move. Excitement flickered in the Black Dragon King's eyes as he said softly, "Cycle Great Dao. I have yet to taste what it feels like to destroy the Cycle Great Dao." Ha! The Black Dragon King laughed maniacally as he drew his sword. The two started a startling battle in the desolate sea. Xiao Chen's supreme saber Dao, which surpassed the epic, became incredibly sharp with the support of the power of cycle. Saber lights filled the sky. As they flickered, the sky alternated between black and white. Every saber strike contained the might to easily shatter stars. The continuous saber moves connected with the power of cycle. The saber lights turned into an ancient blue dragon that circled the world and roared ferociously under the guidance of the saber lights. The Black Dragon King fought strength with strength. Be it the Cycle Great Dao's power of life or power of death, they all shattered. When the will of destruction touched him, it was completely destroyed. The will of destruction lingered in this world. It was like the will of heaven, unquestionable. It was like fighting against the Heavenly Dao. Xiao Chen brought out everything he had, bringing out his saber Dao to an unprecedented level. The dragon armor on the Black Dragon King's body was already riddled with holes from Xiao Chen's attacks. However, the originally fatal killing move penetrated the dragon armor and struck the Black Dragon King's body. This person seemed to be blessed by heaven, like the incarnation of the Heavenly Dao, possessing boundless life force. I am the incarnation of destruction, born from a calamity. I represent the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao's killing intent contained in the saber in your hand cannot injure me. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not kill me, what more you? The Black Dragon King mocked softly as he looked at the pale, blood-stained Xiao Chen, who appeared to be in a sorry state. The other party's trump card was the Cycle Great Dao, tearing space and time. Aside from this killing move, which was somewhat strange and needed to be wary of, the Black Dragon King did not fear any of Xiao Chen's killing moves. Even with the Cycle Great Dao's flawless saber intent supporting it, the Black Dragon King did not fear it. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his pale face. He said softly, "Have you never thought that there was no reason for me to force you here despite being covered in wounds?" The Black Dragon King's expression changed slightly. When he looked up, he saw a blood moon hanging in the sky. Moonlight poured out, encasing the Black Dragon King. Xiao Chen tightly grasped Heavenly Slayer and pointed it at the sky, activating the Heavenly Dao killing formation. Immediately, the Heavenly Dao's killing intent that had existed since the birth of the martial epic poured endlessly into the saber. The Heavenly Dao's killing intent came from all over the desolate sea and gathered on Heavenly Slayer. A dense scarlet light spread out. The terrifying killing intent made boundless blood-like snowflakes fall from the sky. Wings of Time, Heavenly Dao killing formation. When the Black Dragon King saw the Heavenly Dao's killing intent in Heavenly Slayer continuously strengthen, some fear finally appeared in his heart. No killing move in the world could truly kill the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King was the incarnation of the Heavenly Dao. Only heaven could subdue him. When the Heavenly Dao's killing intent reached a certain level, It could truly kill the Black Dragon King. You want to kill me with just this formation? You are too naive. The Black Dragon King withdrew his smile and slowly turned grave. The source of destruction in his body surged wildly. What if I join in? However, just at this moment, the Black Dragon King recalled a discordant voice. He turned his head in the direction of the voice. Whoosh! The Black Dragon King's eyes immediately got pierced. He saw a blazing sun, an extraordinarily huge sun, hovering in the air. The blazing primal chaos sun blazed fiercely in the sky above a figure. That figure's appearance could not be clearly seen under the piercing light. Only the smile on that figure's face could be seen. It was like the morning sun, resplendent with the sun and colorful clouds filling the sky. Chapter 2361. Chu Chaoyun. This startled Xiaochen. Unexpectedly, when he needed help the most, Chu Chaoyun would step forward at this moment. What shocked Xiaochen even more was the smile on Chu Chaoyun's face. Back in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Chu Chaoyun had been extremely gloomy and uneasy. He had not smiled like this in a long time already. Don't just stand there. Kill this black loach first. Chu Chaoyun shouted at the dazed Xiaochen as the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Xiaochen smiled faintly and replied, Got it. The sun and moon shone together in the boundless, desolate sea. A blood moon materialized by the wings of time and a blazing sun materialized by the universe origin true flames origin flame materialized a miraculous scene that the desolate sea had never seen before. The two cooperated with each other. Chu Chaoyun used the universe origin true flames origin flame to materialize thousands of killing moves, continuously harassing the Black Dragon King. The blazing sun above was the heavenly flames origin flame that the Holy Lord had collected since the start of the martial epic. Xiaochen had accumulated it for an entire epic for this day. Even though the Black Dragon King had tough skin and startling defense, it still burned the Black Dragon King's origin flame. The Black Dragon King roared endlessly. The Black Dragon King's origin flame, which merged with the heavenly Tao, materialized boundless attacks that continuously charged at Chu Chaoyun. Little bastard, I'll kill you. However, Chu Chaoyun possessed the primal chaos great Tao. As his figure flickered, space and time rippled. Even the Black Dragon King could not pinpoint Xiaochen's position. The Black Dragon King's horrifying attacks looked incredibly horrifying. Even the shockwaves could severely injure Chu Chaoyun. However, the Black Dragon King could not injure Chu Chaoyun. Instead, he ended up playing with him. Rage filled the Black Dragon King's heart, causing openings to appear. Xiaochen seized the opportunity. Xiaochen used Heavenly Slayer to drive the Heavenly Tao killing formation. The vast ocean-like Heavenly Tao killing intent materialized all sorts of killing moves. Xiaochen's flawless Saber Tao, which surpassed the epic, could easily suppress the Black Dragon King in the first place. However, the other party had the Heavenly Tao's protection. It was born in response to tribulation to begin with, the embodiment of the Heavenly Tao that destroyed an era. Its vitality was practically boundless, and it was impossible to kill it at all. But now, with this Heavenly Tao killing intent that was as dense as the sea, he could borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao to launch an attack, and the situation was completely different. Although the universe origin true flame burned the Black Dragon King in unbearable pain, even burning his soul, the Black Dragon King was in great pain. However, it was not fatal. On the other hand, Xiaochen's attack, which was infused with the Heaven's Path's killing intent, was a completely different story. It could directly touch his origin of destruction. The clouds rolled in and out, the sun rose and the moon set. The cold blood moon and the blazing sun rose and fell in the desolate sea's sky, perfectly displaying the sun and the moon shining together. This was an unprecedented, mysterious phenomenon. The originally hopeless situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. Blood spurted out. Saber lights pierced through the Black Dragon King's body, continuously draining his life force. The Black Dragon King's expression turned sullen. He, who had been roaring furiously, fell silent. Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun exchanged glances. They immediately understood that the Black Dragon King was preparing to make a desperate counterattack. Since they already knew, they naturally would not give him a chance. Everlasting primal chaos, ancient one sword. Mahamaya abstinence violation, kill without mercy. Chu Chaoyun roared, and the primal chaos great Tao spread out from his body. His physical body immediately became like a black hole. Primal chaos spread out like the beginning of the primordial chaos, when the world had yet to be divided, and the sun and moon did not exist. Suddenly, a sword light shot out from that primal chaos, turning into an azure beam of light. This sword split the world, projected the sun and moon, immortal for all time. Shao Chun drove the heavenly Tao killing formation and gathered the boundless heavenly Tao's killing intent in his body. The saber hum in Shao Chen's body did not stop, and a terrifying crack tore open in the sky. There seemed to be an eye slowly opening in the crack. If heaven had feelings, it would grow old. Since ancient times, the heavenly Tao was the most emotionless. If heaven wanted someone to die, they had no choice but to die. Without mercy. The two worked together seamlessly. Observing the Black Dragon King's expression, they took the initiative and executed their killing moves at the same time. Boom! A sword light and a saber light pierced through the Black Dragon King at the same time. A sorrowful dragon roar came from the Black Dragon King's body, reverberating in the surroundings. Wuxia. The Black Dragon King's facial features twisted as he vomited a mouthful of black blood. His life force drained continuously. Bang! The saber light and the sword light rampaged around the Black Dragon King's body without any fear. Then, they merged and exploded. In that instant, the insufferably arrogant Black Dragon King's physical body exploded. The sun and moon shone together in the desolate sea. Shao Chen and Chu Chaoyun showed fatigued expressions as they slowly approached. Is he dead? Shao Chen asked doubtfully. He did not believe that the Black Dragon King died just like that. Chu Chaoyun's eyes were like lightning, piercing through the starry heavens. Then he saw a flash of black light vanish from his vision. This blazing sun should be the trump card that the Holy Lord left behind, Shao Chen said. Shao Chen looked at the sky, at the blazing sun that shone as brightly as the moon. Then he looked at Chu Chaoyun. Shao Chen had thought countless times that the blood moon was the trump card that Shao Yun materialized with the wings of time. In that case, whose trump card was the blazing sun in the desolate sea? After thinking about it, there was only one answer. Chu Chaoyun did not deny it. He smiled faintly and said, "You are right. After I completely sever the karma, you can tell me." Boom! Right after Shao Chen spoke, a dragon roar suddenly rang out. The expressions of Shao Chen and Chu Chaoyun changed slightly. When the two looked up, they saw an unknown object continuously falling. The two slowly approached the desolate sea from the starry heavens. When they saw it clearly, their expressions changed drastically. This was actually a black dragon head. It was just a head, but it encased the entire desolate sea. It's the Black Dragon King's main body. He executed a forbidden art. We cannot let him come down. Otherwise, the entire Central Great Realm will suffer a calamity. Chu Chaoyun said hastily, his expression turning pale with fright. The two roared ferociously and threw a palm strike at the same time. The sun and moon rose into the sky. The blood moon and sun soared into the sky at the same time and smashed into the Black Dragon King's head. Rumble! As the shock waves spread out, the entire Central Great Realm, from the 8 great empires to the Shuowu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, the Shenwu dynasty, and the Tianwu dynasty, shook intensely. The world spun around like the end of the world had arrived. Let's go! Shao Chen and Chu Chaoyun soared into the air, instantly arriving in the boundless starry heavens. When the two clearly saw the Black Dragon King's main body, they both inhaled sharply. The Black Dragon King's colossal body stretched across the starry heavens. The sun, moon, and stars were as insignificant as the glass balls in a child's hand before the Black Dragon King. We absolutely cannot let him appear in the Central Great Realm. The two immediately made up their minds. Given the Black Dragon King's horrifyingly colossal body, it would be an irreversible disaster if he appeared in the Central Great Realm. Chu Chaoyun, do you trust me? Shao Chen asked as he looked at Chu Chaoyun. If I did not trust you, why would I come and help you? Right after Xiaochen said that, Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun both revealed smiles. They both felt like they had said something pointless. I have a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. If I can control the blood moon and your sun and materialize the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, I will definitely be able to knock him back. I understand. Without needing to say anything more, Xiaochen spread out the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram with a wave of his hand. Then, a painting unfurled in his hand and covered the vast starry heavens. Xiaochen took the lead, absorbing the blood moon into it. The two watched as the Black Dragon King roared in the depths of the starry heavens. Countless stars shattered with a horrifying might. The entire starry heavens trembled. At the critical moment, Chu Chaoyun shouted and finally succeeded in embedding the sun into the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Sun and moon cycle, endlessly multiplying. Xiaochen pushed his hand forward. Immediately, the blood moon and the blazing sun turned into a black and white fish. A Taiji yin-yang flame diagram formed in this boundless starry heavens, turning into a light screen that forcefully knocked the Black Dragon King back. The two gathered their strength and materialized the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. In the starry heavens, Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun worked together to push this diagram, continuously pushing back the Black Dragon King in the boundless, pitch-black starry heavens. The Black Dragon King's colossal body continuously crashed into the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. However, he could not stop himself from being pushed back. The two forces clashed in the starry heavens. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded and shattered. Cracks appeared in the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Xiaochen quickly said, "Withdraw." After withdrawing the blood moon and the blazing sun, Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun each landed on a star. The star that Xiaochen landed on was desolate, devoid of spiritual energy. When Xiaochen looked around, he saw a vast, boundless wasteland. Just as he was about to soar into the air and meet up with Chu Chaoyun, the ground under his feet suddenly exploded. The ground under Xiaochen's feet suddenly exploded, and a black spear appeared without any warning, thrusting at him. Bang! Closely following that, the entire star shattered. Intense, fiery shock waves erupted from the core of the star. One of the Black Dragon King's claws directly shattered the star, nearly injuring Xiaochen. It was not over yet. The instant the star exploded, the surrounding space shrank. A suction pulled at Xiaochen. This startled Xiaochen. He knew that the Black Dragon King's dragon claws had grabbed him. However, the other party's dragon claws were too large. Xiaochen did not have time to grab the Black Dragon King. Xiaochen immediately swung his saber, illuminating the surrounding starry heavens. Then he forcefully chopped off a dragon claw and jumped out. But the danger did not stop. In the depths of the universe, in the vast starry sky, the Black Dragon King, who used a forbidden art to revert to his ancestral roots, erupted with strong combat prowess. Although Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun did their best, they were too insignificant before the Black Dragon King. "Chu Chaoyun, protect me." Xiaochen sent a voice projection. Then he merged Heavenly Slayer into his physical body and bloodline before retreating continuously. "What are you doing?" When Chu Chaoyun saw Xiaochen, he showed a grave expression. Something was wrong with the situation. Previously, we severely injured this Black Dragon King. In a desperate situation, he executed a forbidden art. In reality, he is already a spent force. As long as I successfully execute the forbidden art and revert to my ancestral roots, I will definitely be able to destroy him in one go. In that case, I'll protect you. Before you successfully execute the forbidden art, I guarantee that you will not be injured. Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, he bit his lip and did not say anything else. Then, he brought out his primal chaos great Tao to the limit, and countless stars continuously gathered over. When the stars approached, the primal chaos great Tao shattered them. As the stars shattered, space twisted, and a huge black hole appeared. Chu Chaoyun paled as he roared. At the cost of overdrawing on his life, he drove the primal chaos great Tao without a care for anything else. He used the horrifying black hole to block the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King felt danger. However, a distorted black hole formed by swallowing countless stars lay in front of him. Even with the Black Dragon King's current body, he still felt some fear when he looked at that black hole. He sensed the aura of a primal chaos god fiend in it. However, when the Black Dragon King saw Shao Chen, who had merged with a soul tool behind Chu Chaoyun, his aura turned increasingly dangerous. The Black Dragon King had to make a move. He opened his mouth and spat out pitch-black dragon flames of destruction, continuously attacking Chu Chaoyun's body. The Black Dragon King wanted to kill Chu Chaoyun and force him to give up on maintaining the primal chaos Great Tao. However, Chu Chaoyun allowed the waves of dragon flames to strike his physical body. He remained as unmoving as a mountain, continuing to drive the primal chaos Great Tao. Dragon's Gate Forbidden Art, God-Demon Body Disintegration. Boom! Shao Chen's eyes turned scarlet as he watched Chu Chaoyun block the Black Dragon King's attack with his body of flesh and blood. Shao Chen had long felt anxious and enraged. Now that the forbidden art finally succeeded, an ancient dragon roar resounded in the starry heavens. Shao Chen's body wriggled continuously. Soon, he turned into an ancient blue dragon. However, this was not enough. Shao Chen continued to execute the God-Demon Body Unsealing Art. The ancient blue dragon reverted to its ancestral form, finally turning into a great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon. When the ancient great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon appeared, some mysterious existences in the depths of the starry heavens trembled in fear. The Ancestor Dragon's body was even larger than the Black Dragon King's, and its dragon might was even stronger. Horror immediately appeared in the Black Dragon King's heart. No matter how strong he was, he could not change the dragon race bloodline in his body. When the Black Dragon King saw the Ancestor Dragon's fear, it instinctively turned around. The insufferably arrogant Black Dragon King, who claimed to be the incarnation of destruction, fled in panic. "You want to leave?" "No way!" Shao Chen roared. Then he infused the Heavenly Dao's killing intent materialized by Heavenly Slayer in his bloodline into his dragon claws. Pa! The primal chaos ancestor dragon pounced forward and struck the Black Dragon King's body with its claw. The Black Dragon King, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, was already a spent force. The Black Dragon King, who was already a spent force, let out a miserable shriek, and his colossal body crumbled, exploding in the depths of the starry heavens. With one strike, Shao Chen's thoughts turned chaotic. Many chaotic memories of an ancient ancestor dragon appeared in his mind. Shao Chen felt like his head was going to explode. His entire body twisted uncontrollably, causing stars to explode. The side effects of the forbidden art had arrived. If Shao Chen could not maintain his original heart, he would not be able to recover his physical body. This would continue until his bloodline drained, his soul fell, and he died of exhaustion. Seeing the ancestor dragon instantly descend into madness after killing the Black Dragon King, Chu Chaoyun quickly retreated. Shao Chen had nearly injured him. When Chu Chaoyun saw the situation, he frowned slightly. After a while, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Then, he took the risk to approach Shao Chen, who had already turned into an ancestor dragon. Using his soul energy as a voice, the name Shao Chen continuously echoed in the ancestor dragon's mind. This helped Shao Chen maintain his original heart and not let it fall into chaos. After a long time, just as Chu Chaoyun felt some despair, a light flashed in the great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's eyes. The berserk aura on the great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's body slowly dissipated. After a while, its terrifyingly huge body shrank and fell towards a star. "Embark." Chu Chaoyun revealed joy on his face as he said softly. Then he gave chase. About 7 minutes later, Chu Chaoyun saw the fatigued Shao Chen lying on the ground on a desolate star. "Can you still stand up?" Chu Chaoyun asked with a faint smile. "You are not dead." "Naturally, I can stand up." Shao Chen stood up with much difficulty. Then, he looked at Chu Chaoyun and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fellow was really not dead. Earlier, when the Black Dragon King spewed waves of destructive dragon flame at Shao Chen's physical body, it frightened Shao Chen badly. "I'm not dead yet, but I'm almost there." "Who knew?" Chu Chaoyun said something that stunned Shao Chen for a long time. "What's wrong?" "Ha! I thought that with your intelligence, You would have guessed it long ago. Unexpectedly, you are still so shocked. As Chu Chaoyun wiped away the blood on his lips, he revealed a radiant smile. His laughter was melodious, calm, and carefree. However, Xiao Chen could not bring himself to smile. I already felt that something was wrong with you in Black Wind Ridge. When that sun appeared, I roughly guessed it. Chu Chaoyun sighed softly. Sometimes I feel really helpless. It was not easy for me to come to this great thousand realms from the Kunlun realm. I thought that I could fly freely, that I could have a new start from here on out. Unexpectedly, I still could not shake off my fate. Back then, the Tianwu dynasty of the Kunlun realm was established by the Holy Lord. His bloodline flows in me. From the start to the end, I was just a pawn that he used to suppress you. Is it strange? Back then, when the Blue Dragon race was destroyed, the Blue Dragon Palace preserved its inheritance and flew to the Kunlun realm. This did not escape the attention of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord followed the Blue Dragon Palace to the Kunlun realm and established the Tianwu dynasty in the Sky Dome realm, leaving behind this plot. My fate has been intertwined with his from the very beginning. If he lived, I lived. If he died, I died. From the very start, I was a pawn that he used to deal with you. When I learned the truth, I nearly collapsed. When I saw you in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I wanted to say something several times but hesitated. At that time, I really admired you. You clearly had no choice, but you still dared to draw your saber and make your own choice. Xiao Chen said, "Actually, don't say anything. Listen to me. In the future, you won't be able to hear much." Chu Chaoyun interrupted Xiao Chen. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Then, he said softly, "One day ago, I was still uncertain whether I had no choice but to follow the trend and use the trump card that the Holy Lord left behind to kill you and become the new epic master. Or I could just not resist and die at your hands. However, in Dragon God Plaza, you gave up on the Dragon Emperor position and the luck of the Divine Dragon Empire. At that moment, I knew that I already had my answer. No matter how helpless I was, we all have our own choices in life, and we all have our own perseverance. I don't want to be the epic master or any pawn. I just want to be myself, to be Chu Chaoyun, to be your close friend, Xiao Chen." Ha! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Chu Chaoyun guffawed, his laughter filled with boundless joy and delight. The facts prove that I did the right thing. I feel joy in my heart. Since I was born, I have never felt as relaxed and happy as I do now. As Xiao Chen faced Chu Chaoyun's carefree laughter, Xiao Chen could not bring himself to laugh in his heart. This was clearly a matter of boundless misery. However, Chu Chaoyun spoke casually. If Xiao Chen did not become the new epic master, the Holy Lord would definitely die. If the Holy Lord died, Chu Chaoyun, who had the Holy Lord's bloodline and was connected to the Holy Lord's fate, would die as well. In Xiao Chen's life, he had friends, lovers, and masters. However, there had never been anyone like Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun was both an opponent and a close friend, with such a deep bond. However, this person would soon die along with the Holy Lord. Let's go. I'll help you with one last thing. The Holy Lord is astute and astute. He still has a trump card that he used to threaten you. I'll help you get it back and easily sever my own karma. What is it? Come with me. The instant Chu Chaoyun turned around, he staggered and nearly fell. Clearly, Chu Chaoyun had overdrawn on his life force to block the Black Dragon King's dragon flame of destruction earlier. Now, it was not as easy as it seemed. The two arrived in the starry heavens. Not long after, they discovered a corpse floating in space. Zhenyuan? Stepping forward, Xiao Chen clearly saw the corpse's appearance. Then, a complicated expression appeared on his face. The Black Dragon King was killed. As the host, Zhenyuan's soul completely merged with the Black Dragon King and died as well. It looked like the venerable Xian Bei's instructions from back then could not be fulfilled. Let's go. Xiao Chen did not feel much sympathy for Zhenyuan. He brought this upon himself. 1 hour later, under Chu Chaoyun's lead, the two entered the tattered Faux God world. The Void God realm that was once bustling with activity was now completely empty, without the slightest bit of life. All the Faux Gods were already dead, falling along with the destruction of the martial epic. The two arrived at the holy city and entered the divine palace step by step. A skinny old man wearing a mask lay weakly on a high throne in the depths of the palace. This old man's aura was weak and his life force was faint. When the old man heard footsteps, he did not open his eyes. He said weakly, "Chow, you're back. Did you kill Xiaoqun?" "I killed Xiaoqun. I will become the new epic master." "Really?" The incredibly weak old man on the throne shuddered and sat up. He was so agitated that his voice trembled. The old man looked like he came back to life, brimming with energy. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. He happened to see Chu Chaoyun. His eyes narrowed, and he smiled craftily like a white fox. "Sorry, I lied to you. Kasi." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, a sword light flashed. Then, Chu Chaoyun killed this dying holy lord with one sword strike. Chu Chaoyun stepped forward and searched under the old man's throne. Joy appeared on his face as he took out an item. Then he turned around and said, "For you, Wuxia." Before Chu Chaoyun finished speaking, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His pale complexion turned even scarier. A dragon head. Xiaoqun caught the item that Chu Chaoyun tossed over. Then he showed a startled expression. This was the Azure Mountains dragon head that he had been searching for. Chu Chaoyun coughed intensely a few times. Then he smiled and said, "This old man is very sinister. If I failed to kill you, he would use this to threaten you. If this item is destroyed, even in the new epic, the blue dragon bloodline will not be able to rise again." The Holy Lord died. Chu Chaoyun, whose fate was linked to the Holy Lord, visibly lost his life force. However, Chu Chaoyun did not seem to notice. He looked at Xiaoqun and asked, "Do you have wine? I suddenly recall that we have known each other for so many years, but I have never had a proper drink with you." Xiaoqun took out heartburn and poured a cup for each of them. "How unfortunate. It was not easy for me to live for myself, but I have to leave so soon. However, it does not matter. After this cup, we will be bosom friends in our next lives. There is no such thing as fate. There is no such thing as an undying old man wearing a mask. There is only a bond and friendship. My sword awaits your saber." Chu Chaoyun raised his wine cup and clinked it. The crisp sound of cups clinking rang out. Then, Chu Chaoyun coughed endlessly and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The blood fell into the two's cups, dyeing the wine red. This made one's heart ache. "Dirty." Xiaoqun changed to another cup, plop. Chu Chaoyun, who was changing cups, suddenly felt his hands losing strength to hold the wine cup. As the wine cup fell to the ground and shattered, he fell limply. It looked like he had fallen asleep. Then he closed his eyes with a smile. "Chu Chaoyun." Xiaoqun stepped forward and caught her. Then he shouted, "Brother, you're not dead yet." However, that handsome and outstanding Chu Chaoyun, who always had a smile on his face, was already asleep forever. Drip. A tear leaked out of the corner of Xiaoqun's eyes as he closed his eyes. The tear fell into the cup and melted into the blood like heart burning. Xiaoqun drained the cup in one go. However, although this wine was called heart-burning, it did not make him feel any heartache. There was a kind of pain called pain at its peak. The heart could no longer feel pain. 5 years later, after Xiaoqun dealt with the matters of the Great Thousand Realms, he prepared to head to the Kunlun realm with Lu Riyue, Ao Jiao, and Emochin. Before parting, Xiaoqun looked at the starry heavens and spread his hands. Then he merged his soul energy with the great Tao and said softly, "I hope that all the men in the world have the heart of a gentleman, that the heavens move vigorously, that they constantly strive to improve themselves. I hope that all the women in the world have the heart to improve themselves, not inferior to men, comparable to the sky. I hope that all the people in the world are like dragons, having the heart of a newborn, not seeking eternal life, only chasing their dreams, not regretting it even if they die." Whoosh! Right after Xiaoqun spoke, a crystalline, dazzling seed flew out of his palm and slowly drifted into the sky. "Big brother Xiaoqun, what is this?" Emochin asked softly. Xiaoqun replied gently, "This is the epic heart that I condensed. It is also a seed, the divine dragon epic that I want. I hope that all the people in the world are like dragons, having the heart of a newborn, not seeking eternal life, only chasing their dreams. However, why not seek eternal life? Because eternal life represents all desires. Eternal life is lived for one's desires, not for oneself. Such a person living is worse than death. If everyone lived forever, then this epoch would end sooner or later. Lu Ryue, Emotion, and Ao Jiao entered deep thought, not really understanding. Xiaochen smiled and said, "Stop thinking about it. Let's go. Let's return to the Kunlun realm." However, when Xiaochen saw the bright moon in the night sky, his smile revealed a trace of bitterness.